Macon, Georgia. Please welcome to your Reef Skate Field, your MCs, Mr. Kyle Fender and Monish Patel.
Let's try that again. This is not just any event. This is the Peachtree District State Championship. How are y'all feeling this morning? Come on! Come on! Come on! Good morning! Good morning! Come on! You know what? It is a little bit early, so I will give you guys a little bit of a break. But welcome to the Peachtree District State Championship here at the beautiful Hawkins Arena right in Macon, Georgia. We are excited to have all 45 teams here with us today to play this year's game, Reefscape, sponsored by Haas, as part of our first dive season presented by Qualcomm. So we're excited to have you guys here. You guys have gone through all of our qualifier events, and you have made it here. And between today and tomorrow, you have so many matches, all the playoffs, all to figure out who will be getting on that plane to go to Houston to represent Georgia at the first World Championship. So, who is ready to see? So obviously we want to thank our sponsor Haas. Thank you for being a leading CNC manufacturer. The skills that you guys are doing today are going to be help you to be successful, not just here in the season, but also on the competition field of life. So thank you to Haas for continually to support our first teams. Also, thank you to all of our donors who have helped to be able to make this possible for our teams this season. We really couldn't do it without you, so thank you, sponsors.
And we give them a huge round of applause. They're your sponsors. They help you get here and make sure you're competing well. Now, before I go on to our first speaker, and this is me going off script for the first time ever, wink. Who was here at the Statesboro event? Now, you guys know that in the morning, I did a little bit of a questionnaire of the crowd, of the audience, if it was GIF or GIF. So if it's GIF, raise your hand. If you say it's GIF, raise both of your hands. Both hands. Both hands, higher. I'm going to ask everyone to cheer and then GIF. So both your hands go up anyway, even if you don't support it. If you think it's GIF, raise your hand. All right, let me put this out to you. How do you say giraffes? Is it giraffes? I got you there. Giraffics, huh? All right, it's now my pleasure to introduce our first speaker. Here to welcome you to the amazing Mercer University, something you would love to check out if you have tours going in the back, and to tell you a little bit about what makes Mercer unique. Please welcome Dr. William Underwood, the president of Mercer University.
Good morning. Welcome. It's great having you here. Who's ready for the competition? Who's ready today? That's not very loud. Maybe only half of you are ready. Let's try that again. Who's ready today? Come on. Yeah. Well, we love hosting the first robotics competition, and I predict this will be the greatest first robotics competition in history. One of the reasons we love hosting it is we have the greatest undergraduate engineering program in the region here at Mercer. And I want to introduce you to a very important person, the Dean of the finest undergraduate engineering program anywhere, Dr. Laura Lackey. Laura?
Thank you, President Underwood. President Underwood did say one thing exactly right. It's the finest undergraduate engineering program in the country. Thank you. I can speak up. Welcome. You made it to Mercer. You made it. You made it to the first Robotics Peachtree District Championship. And we are delighted to have you here. Congratulations to your team. You have mentors here, you have family here, you have all these folks back here supporting you. What an event, what an amazing event. At Mercer, we believe deeply in innovation and hands-on learning. Innovation, teamwork, hands-on learning. That sounds like it's just like FIRST Robotics. FIRST Robotics. Whether you're designing a robot, coding its logic, or working through unexpected challenges, you're building exactly the kind of skills that you need to prepare for the future. And that's what we're about at Mercer. At Mercer, we don't just prepare engineers, business leaders, communication leaders, or critical thinkers. We cultivate leaders like you. Individuals who are equipped to apply their knowledge and to make a difference in their communities and around the world. If you have a chance today, we'd love for you to explore some of our spaces. And I'm going to guess that I have a couple of faculty and a couple of students who can't stay away. They love FIRST. And they're going to be roaming around and in the pits and eager to talk with you and to share with you what we do here. But I'll end with saying, how cool is it that you made it to Mercer? How cool is it? Congratulations. You made it to that Peachtree District Championship. Have a great day.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for being part of our board of directors and being able to make what we do here happen. So thank you. Now, I also want to introduce another member of our board of directors. And honestly, his leadership is the reason we're able to do events as big as this. Representing Shaw Industries, let me introduce to you the president of the Georgia First Board of Directors, Brian Cooksey.
Good morning, Macon. Good morning, Macon. On behalf of our board of directors, we want to congratulate all of you for your hard work this year, for making it here to Mercer. We're so proud of you. And the skills you're learning are needed by companies like mine, like Shaw Industries. We need your talent to help sustain our business and help us create products that we haven't even thought about today. You're learning valuable skills that are going to pay off for you across the rest of your life. And we thank you all for being part of the FIRST family and for bringing all you have to the FIRST competitions each year. I'd like to also thank all the mentors and teachers, all the sponsors, all the parents, everybody that makes this, and especially our amazing volunteers here at Georgia First for all that they do. We have some volunteers that have spent 20-plus years making these events happen for all of you. So let's give them all a round of applause real quick. We are proud of what you're doing. We want you to have fun today, have a great time, be safe, and let's go get it, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Cooksey, for all that you do. FIRST would not be the same without everything Shaw does for us as a sponsor. In celebration of two very special awards given out within FIRST organization, please welcome our CEO, Ms. Connie Haynes.
Good morning, teams, and welcome to Mercer University here in Macon. I get the privilege of giving out a very special award to an individual that puts a lot of time and effort into our organization. So let me tell you about him. Our first volunteer of the year for 2025 has a long history with our organization. From that first phone call over 11 years ago, encouraging him to help sponsor a new district event in his area, to leading the local planning committee, starting teams, and serving in multiple leadership roles, and his advocacy across the state for FIRST. He has used his commitment to FIRST and influence in industry to help us expand, sustain, and grow. You may know him as the carpet guy, but all of us who have the privilege of working alongside of him know him as a friend, a champion, a leader, and an influencer to all of the youth he serves. Please join me in thanking our 2025 Volunteer of the Year, Mr. Brian Cooksey, for all that he does to make Georgia First the best it can be. I forgot volunteers. Yes. Stand over here. And if I can have previous year's Volunteer of the Year come on out and get a picture. Oh, and to celebrate Brian, go Dogs. There you go. Come on out. Let's get a picture. Welcome to the club. I'll get a picture. Okay. Here we go. Good looking group. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, I have another award that we're going to give out this morning. And to be able to give out this award, I need any former Woody Flowers Finalist Award winner to come and join me down in the field to be able to present this next award. So, how Woody Flowers Finalist Award winners do we have here today? Christopher? Jeremy? Who else? All right. All right, let's see who we have to win this morning's award. First Robotics stands apart from other competitions in STEM and sports due to the first ethos of gracious professionalism, the concept of cooperation, and the commitment to the first core values. The guiding force behind these principles was Dr. Woody Flowers. In honor of Woody, the late Dr. Murphy Jr. founded the Woody Flowers Award in 1996. This award celebrates mentors who lead, inspire, and empower their teams with integrity and gracious professionalism, embodying the values that Professor Woody Flowers championed. Nomination essays are written by students. The process of writing these essays allows for them to learn the value of effective communication by articulating their appreciation for their mentors. By submitting these essays, students have shared evidence of how their mentors have led their teams or their team with their actions, words, and guidance. Woody believes societies get the best of what they deserve and what they celebrate. These nominations celebrate the most respected mentors who keep first differentiated from other student competitions. At regional and district championship events, mentors will receive the Woody Flowers Finalist Award. Then at the championship in Houston, one mentor will be selected from renominated past finalists to receive the 2025 Championship Flowers Award. Now, based on your input, the Woody Flowers Award Finalist Award winners now recognize for their outstanding contributions to the first experience. This mentor's 20-year first career started as a student on their FLL team. Then they went and did FRC. From there, they went into mentoring FRC teams. And this mentor has mentored a lot of different FRC teams, but specifically, he revived a struggling team at his current school that had been dormant for 9 years. With his philosophy that every student can make a valuable contribution, his students say that this mentor empowers students by nurturing their individual strengths, fostering critical thinking, teaching them technical skills, which transformed a team of 10 into a thriving group of 90 team members. I am personally proud and honored. I've known this man for close to 2 decades, and I am proud to introduce your 2025 Woody Flowers Finalist Award winner here at the Peachtree District Championship, Mr. Anupam Goli from Team 9477. All right. Let's take a photo without the award for 1 second. Come on, everyone, take a quick photo. Do we have a photographer that's taking pictures? There we go. Thank you. Let's just take a couple shots real quick. There we go. And now we can put wait 1 second. All right. So now, who wants to present him with the award? All right. All right. Thank you guys so much.
All right, congratulations, Mr. Goalie, and congratulations to your team for making sure you have an amazing mentor, amazing dedicated mentor for your team. Now it's time to recognize our volunteers in the blue shirts. If you can wave, that's your judges. Please welcome your judges, led by Judge Advisor Dr. Brian Haynes with the Kimberly-Clark Corporation.
Good morning, teams, and congratulations for making it here. You know, over the 5 qualifying events, we gave out 72 awards. We had 13 Dean's List semifinalists, and we still have some work to do today with this esteemed panel of judges. And let's give a quick introduction. We have Tina Peterson,
The president and owner of Sky River Tech Solutions.
Deborah Scott,
The Community Relation 21st Century Partnership.
Sonia White,
Senior Design, Wells Fargo Retired.
Hannah Dell,
Project Manager, IT Applications, Grateful Diagnostic Solutions.
Ashi Patel,
Psychotherapist, A Place for Counseling, Plutonic Health.
Abigail Boykin,
Executive Assistant, 21st Century Partnership.
Joshua Holtzman,
Weapons Director, Georgia National Guard.
Jeremy Roberts,
Engineering Program Consultant.
Babar Sheikh,
Robots Engineer, HC Robotics.
Jasmine Bennett,
Transmission Line Design Engineer at Georgia Power.
Frank Borowick,
Director of Engineering, retired from Rockwell Automation.
Danny Daly,
Warehouse Maintenance Manager at Frito-Lay.
Sue Miller,
Product Manager, Inspire Brands.
Tom Cleveland,
Integration Manager at Inspire Brands.
Ayachi Asami.
Senior Transformation Strategist.
Congratulations again. Be looking for him in the pits, and best of luck in the competition.
Thank you, Dr. Brian. All right, judges, thank you for your time and efforts. I know you are going to have a hard time with all 45 teams here, so hopefully y'all will be able to make some really, really good decisions here this weekend. Now, there are another group of volunteers that are here to make sure that this game is played correctly. They are the sheriffs here on the field, and they are here to enforce our rules with gracious professionalism. Now, let me go ahead and introduce our head referee this weekend. She is our district committee chairwoman, as well as the queen bee here on the field, Miss Jan Sperlin, master instructor at Service Now.
Thank you, guys. What I'd like to do is to start off and introduce my referees. First up, I've got Greg Welch. Greg has been a head ref here in a number of events over a number of years. In his full-time job, he works for Verizon as the Director of Engineering. Next up, I've got Jenna Justin. Jenna is our newest head ref. She was your head ref at Statesboro, and in her real world, she works at Plexus as a customer director. Next, we have Molly Britton. Molly is a product engineer from Geiger. She is also a former team member of an FRC team. Mike Sheeran works for the Georgia Tech Research Institute as the branch leader and has attended several of our events already. And finally, and not least, is Laura Stremler, who is a coworker of mine at Service Now and is a principal technical director. We'll do our best that we can to make this game as fair as possible for all of the teams. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Just as a reminder, Our referees' rulings are final. There is no video review. This is not the NFL, NBA, MLS, Premier League, F1, any sports league. There's no video reviews, just as a reminder.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the breakdown right there. Along with a fair competition, safety is a top priority at first. Everyone agree? Safety is our top priority. Gracious professionalism is a critical part of that. Helping us achieve safety in the pits, at the field, and outside the field. Please welcome our safety manager, led by Miss Jessica Chapman. Teams, here at the event, we have quite a big venue with 45 teams exactly. That is a lot of kids. That is a lot of things that could go wrong, that should not go wrong. So make sure you're catching up with your mentors, making sure you know what to do in case you get left alone, in case there's an incident. Make sure you report it to pit admin and be safe.
And rounding out our speakers this morning, representing one of the primary partners here at Georgia First, representing one of our most valuable assets in this building, our Georgia Power Machine Shop. Let me welcome Mr. Patrick Harris, Regional Executive for the Georgia Power Company.
Good morning. How's everybody doing? Good. Congratulations to all the teams for making it here, and welcome to the beautiful campus here at Mercer. Thank you to President Underwood for hosting us, everybody at Mercer who has something to do with this. As he said, Patrick Harris, Region Executive for the Central Georgia area. We cover about 25 counties here, and proud that you are calling this home for the next couple of days. First of all, just want to thank you as a team for doing what you're doing, making a difference in the STEM industry. We want to thank our mentors, our teachers, our coaches, our parents, anybody that has anything to do with this. Also want to thank our Georgia Power team, our mobile fab lab, who I've seen in action and is going to help you throughout this weekend. As I mentioned, Georgia Power, we are committed to this particular event as it relates to robotics, because it aligns well with what we do. Y'all, as a team, show your innovative prowess, and we try to do the same thing. You know, we have an exciting time this year where we're trying to implement artificial intelligence on our system. It really helps out when it comes to restoration, shorter restoration times, less outages. And so we're trying to implement some of the same things you're doing on your robotics team in our greater system. Also trying to implement some new technology in terms of battery storage paired along with solar. We do have some down here in Central Georgia near one of Robins Air Force Base that we're doing. But as an organization, we love being out in the community, in particular in the school systems. We have a whole bunch of education coordinators that go in the school system to try to teach STEM and try to help our educators out. And we also kind of try to partner in events like this. So what you're doing is made. I can't say enough about the effort it takes in order to be an engineer. I was an engineer myself. I studied mathematics at Fort Valley and went on to UNLV and UNC Charlotte to study engineering myself. So I know what y'all go through. I know when you design something, you know, you expect the best, but sometimes it fails, right? And then even when it fails, you don't give up. You redesign it and you bring it back out to try again. And that's the kind of employees that we are looking for here at Georgia Power. You all are an inspiration, not only here, but to your communities. I don't want to end before telling you a cool story that I encountered yesterday. You know, I know a lot of y'all may watch football like I do from time to time. And Alabama, University of Alabama is a good football program. Do y'all agree? I know we're in Georgia, but I'm trying to set something up. I was with a buddy of mine who we serve on the same board, and his son is on spring break right now. And he had a choice to either go to a football camp hosted by Jalen Milroe or come with his dad here to Mercer and watch the robotics competition. And he chose to come to watch the robotics competition over being coached by somebody from the University of Alabama football team. And so I say that to say that you all are an inspiration here and also in your communities. So when you're doing what you're doing, know that somebody's looking up to you. Know that somebody's going to be inspired to be in STEM like I was inspired when I was a young man. and know that you make a difference. So, enough of me talking. I know it's time. I know y'all want to compete. And I know that you, the very best you can. But even if you don't get that top prize, just know that you being represented here today, representing your community is a top prize. And so I congratulate each and every one of you. Pray that you all are going to do your best, and I know that you will be great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And let us introduce from our machine shop staff led by Mr. Flint Shepard. Okay. So, very quickly, before we start, just remember, show your gracious professionalism. This is going to be not just a long day, but it's going to be a great day. So remember to keep your gracious professionalism with you throughout all your activities. Also, as a reminder, be safe. We have a lot of safety items, including fire extinguishers at the table here. One other thing I would like to remind you as well today, mentors and coaches are so important to what we do here at First. So please make sure to thank your mentors and coaches today. And then finally, make sure that you all are being part of a safe environment here. If you feel uncomfortable, feel in any type of way unsafe, please find a trusted adult or find one of us with a volunteer shirt or badge, and we will help you from there. We want to make sure that this is an environment conducive to all of you here at the First District State Championship here at Mercer University. So, very quickly before we go into our matches, let us introduce is from the Columbus Space Program for today's anthem. All right, now, all the pomp and circumstance, we've finished it all. Now, we have some more matches to get underway, so let's get our robots on the field for match number 13. But before we get there, let me introduce to you our game announcer, the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Roy McConnell.
Good morning again, Macon, and we appreciate you being here at Mercer University as we get ready to start. The match will get the robots on the field, introduce you to teams, and get the competition underway in just a moment.
Also, let us go ahead and also introduce some other vocals you'll hear on the mic this afternoon and tomorrow. We have Sonnet and Dylan, who you have seen at multiple competitions this season, so give them a round of applause as well. All right, we're going into match number 13 on the Red Alliance with Team 69-25.
WA Robotics.
Right in the middle, team 69-44.
The Wolverines.
Right on the end, team 80-100.
Grayson Robotics.
On the Blue Alliance is team 50-74.
The Robo Mustangs.
Their partners, team 29-74.
Walton Robotics.
And completing the Blue Alliance, team 74-51.
Avenger Robotics.
All right, it looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
And qualifying match number 13 of 90 qualifying matches now underway in autonomous, as the bots can gain points for moving off of the starting line. They can gain points by scoring coral, as you see the Blue Alliance doing on the coral. They can gain anywhere from 3 to 7 points per activity in autonomous. Now the human players have control, as we're in match number 13, of which will be 90 total qualifying matches over this event. We will be going through match number 67 today, so that means that the action will be fast, paced, and furious today. As the Blue Alliance scores in the net on top of the barge, that's worth 4 points apiece. They're leading 61-37 with 1:48 left to go. 69-44, the Wolverines team scoring high across the reef. That's worth 5 points as the Blue Alliance 50-74 and the Avenger Robotics team scores on the middle. Reef branch, that's worth 4 points. There's another one by 29-74, the Walton Robotics team. That's worth 4 points as well. as the Blue Alliance is leading 86-51 right now. We've got a minute 26 left to go. 8100, the Grayson Robotics team has it low on the branch. They're trying to place that piece of coral on the branch. The coral is that white cylindrical object that looks like a PVC pipe out there on the field. The other objects that you see out on the field, that's called algae. That's those blue-green spherical objects. They can process the algae in the side processors for 6 points. They can throw the algae, process it in the net on top of the barge for 4 points apiece. As it's 112-76 with 55 seconds left to go. The Blue Alliance has the algae slip out of the net and back to the ocean floor as 8100, the Grayson Robotics team, tries to place coral on the reef. They're looking to place it on the middle branch. That'll be worth 4 points for them as they successfully complete that. Closing in on the Blue Alliance, who's now leading 124-84 with 36 seconds left to go. The Avenger Robotics team places another piece of coral off the reef, 5 points apiece as Walton does the same on the other side. The Robo Mustangs looking to place coral as well. They're at the coral zone. They're picking that coral up down the chute from the top of the ocean. Waves to the robot on the bottom of the floor. That sound means we're under 20 seconds left to go as it's 148-101 in favor of the Blue Alliance right now. 74-51, the Avenger Robotics team has grabbed hold of that deeply anchored cage, lifting themselves off of the ocean floor, ascending towards the surface. That's worth 12 points. 29-74 comes in and parks in the large zone at the end of the match. That's worth 2 points for their alliance. Those two acts together at the end of the match could gain a valuable ranking point for the Blue Alliance that can help in the standings. It's 164-119 at the end of that match. When the fish swim across the reef one more time, we'll be able to tell you who was victorious and give you an overview of the ranking points scored. All right, here we go. Match number 13, it was. The Blue Alliance victorious in that match as the Bluefish are swimming strongly on the reef with a score of 178-119. In that match, the Blue Alliance gained 6 ranking points for the victory, 3 for the Coral, one for the Coral, 1 for the Bar Activity, and 1 for Autonomous, while the Red Alliance also gained the ranking points for Autonomous and the Coral. All right, now let's take a look at a short video about what this game is about.
Welcome to the 2025 First Robotics Competition game, Reefscape, presented by Haas. 2 alliances of 3 teams each compete to earn points by harvesting algae, seeding coral on their reef, and returning to their barge to ascend to the ocean's surface. Alliances earn additional rewards for meeting specific scoring thresholds and for cooperating with their opponents. Prior to the start of the match, teams can choose to hang a shallow cage or a deep cage on their barge. Robots start each match at their starting line and may be preloaded with 1 coral. During the first 15 seconds of the match, robots are autonomous and can be programmed to leave the starting line, remove algae from their reef, and place coral on their reef. If all enabled robots on an alliance leave the starting line and score at least 1 coral in auto, the alliance earns the auto ranking point. During the following 2 minutes and 15 seconds of the match, drivers control their robot. Robots can place algae in their net and collect coral from human players at their coral station to place on their reef. Coral placed higher on the reef are worth more points. If an alliance can score enough coral on all 4 levels, they will earn an additional ranking point. Robots can also deliver algae to their processor. Once processed, the algae can be taken by the opposing human player and scored into the net. When 2 algae are delivered to each processor, both alliances earn a co-op point. The co-op point reduces the number of coral needed on the reef to earn the ranking point, and influences a team's rank in the tournament. As time runs out, robots race back to their barge to hang on their cage and ascend to the ocean surface. Points are awarded to robots that can hang on a shallow cage, and even more points are awarded to robots that can hang on a deep cage. An alliance that scores enough barge points will earn the barge ranking point. The alliance that earns the most points overall wins the match.
All right, thank you for that explanation of this year's game, Reefscape, presented by Haas. Let's introduce our teams for our next match, starting on the Red Alliance with Team 1414.
I hot.
Right in the middle, we have Team 4026.
Decatur Robotics.
And right on the end, we have Team 7538.
Metal Mountain.
On the Blue Alliance is Team 8736.
The Mechanisms.
9260.
Built for Bib Robotics.
And 5608.
Lassiter Robotics.
All right, it looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match number 14 in Autonomous. What you see right now is what the human players have programmed the robots to do, and hopefully the robots will respond the way they're supposed to. They can gain anywhere from 3 to 7 points right now in Autonomous. That's the first 15 seconds of the match. As we come out, the Blue Alliance is leading 26 to 23. 2 minutes and 15 seconds now of the match are controlled by the human players. As we watch the robots, 40-26, the Decatur Robotics places Coral high atop the reef. That's worth 5 points. As on the opposite side of the field, 87-36 grabbing that algae pod off of the reef, taking it over to the Blue Alliance net, scoring 4 points for their alliance. 92-60 has Coral in their possession. They've got it high atop the reef. They're going to try to place it up there if they're successful. That'll be worth 5 points, and it drops off down into the Marianas Trench there. 40-26 on the opposite side of the field, picking up Coral. They've got it in their possession, got it high atop the reef, placing it on that branch. That's worth 5 points. As 87-36, the Mechanism place another 4 points for their alliance by scoring that algae in the net on top of the barge. It's now 51 to 48 in favor of the Blue Alliance as it's runner at 1:15 left to go in the match. 92-60 has Coral in their possession. They're at the reef. They're at the Coral zone. They're raising their arm up high. They're going to try to place it high atop the reef for 5. Successfully done. That's 5 points for the Blue Alliance as they increase their lead to 64 to 53 over the Red Alliance with 57 seconds left to go. The Blue Alliance 40-26 counters with another 5, bringing themselves even closer to the Blue Alliance with 50 seconds left to go. It's at 64 to 58 right now. 14-14, iHot has algae in their possession. We'll have to watch them and see what they're going to do. As 56-08 has Coral dropping it on the low branch. That's worth 3 points for their alliance. The Blue Alliance 74-78 now to 67 with 33 seconds left to go. Still a lot of time for scoring. Still a lot of action on the ocean floor here in Macon, Georgia. 87-36, another algae pod in their possession, scoring it high atop the barge in the net. Another 4 points for the Blue Alliance as it's now 90-71 with 17 seconds left to go. Now we look underneath the barge, 75-38, the Metal Mountain team trying to raise themselves off of the ocean floor, trying to ascend to the top of the ocean. If they can successfully do that, they will gain 12 points for their alliance. 40-26, the Decatur Robotics team up off of the floor. That could be a 26-point swing right there if both of the robots are deemed to be off of the ocean floor. No part of the bot can be touching the ocean floor in order to gain those 12 points. If they gain more than 14 points in the barge zone, they get a valuable ranking point, which can help them in the standings as we go through the competition. All right, I believe we have the results coming in. We'll see which color fish are swimming on the reef. Let's take a look, and it is the Blue Alliance fish swimming strongly on the reef. As they were released, it's 112 to 90. 112 to 90 on the Blue Alliance. On the Red Alliance, 40-26. The Decatur Robotics team successfully ascended towards the ocean surface. Wow, 75-38, the Metal Mountain team in the valiant try was still touching the ocean floor at the end of the match. They were credited with a park. That's why you see 16 points up there rather than 26.
Let's go ahead and introduce Team Sir Qualification match number 15. Starting on the Red Alliance, it's Team 1648.
G3 Robotics.
Next up, it's Team 1771.
North Gwinnett Robotics.
And rounding out the Red Alliance, it's 8865.
The Decula Droids.
Over on the Blue Alliance team, 5900.
The Fighting Mongooses.
In the middle, team 6023.
The Discbots.
And 1002.
The Circuit Runner Robotics team.
All right, the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match number 15 now underway and autonomous as the bots move forward off of the line. They gain 3 points apiece. They scoring high off the reef. They get 7 points for those as 1771. Back and forth, gaining 7 points each time that they do that. That's 28 points right there coming out of autonomous. It's 37-9 in favor of the Red Alliance. Now the human players have control as 1771, the North Gwinnett Robotics scores high atop the reef, grabs a piece of algae, scoring it in the net for 4 points on their alliance. Blue Alliance, the 5900 team, the Mongooses scoring 5 high atop the reef as 1771 places another algae pod into the net. Here they come again one more time, 1771, the North Gwinnett team, another 4 as 60-23, the Discbots has coral in their possession for the Blue Alliance. They're down low, they're going up high. Goodness, look out, it falls down into the Marianas Trench. 10:02, that's the Circuit Runner Robotics team pulls the algae off of the reef as they're cleaning the reef so they can place the coral on there and bring the wildlife, bring the aquatic life back into the area. Red Alliance, had a piece of algae bounce out of the net into the ocean, back down to the surface of the floor. Ocean surface, floor, surface, I'll get it right. As 60-23 to this spot, score again, 16-48 at the reef, 17-71, collecting another piece of coral, heading towards the reef, dancing with their partner, 88-65, the Tequila Droids. As 17-71, the North Gwinnett Robotics team with Driftwood drifts along the bottom of the ocean floor, scoring low on the reef. Each time, 3 points apiece in that low branch. 10:02 over at the reef. They've got their arms stretched out, scoring on the reef. It's now 106-76 with 43 seconds left to go. 17-71 was in a match that had the highest qualification match score so far in match number 7. With 33 seconds left to go, it's 109-83. Make that 114 as 5900. 88-65 dance. 5900 has a piece of algae in their possession, moving down the field towards the processor. They can place it in the processor on the side. That'll be worth 6 points apiece for the Mongoose team. We're down to under 20 seconds. That's 16-48. That's the G3 Robotics team and the Gwinnett Driftwood team. Gwinnett Driftwood team lifts themselves off of the ocean floor, ascending towards the surface. That's worth 12 points if they can stay up there. 16-48 G3 doing the same team as more algae is being scored in the pod above them. Looks like we might have 20 scored in the barge zone for the Red Alliance. We'll just have to wait and see, as no part of the bot can be touching the ocean floor at the end of the match in order to gain those 12 points. If they're successful in doing that, scoring more than 14 points under the barge zone gets them a valuable ranking points. And here we go in that match. We'll wait and see what color fish are released out onto the reef. It's the Red Alliance fish swimming strong on the reef with a score of 155-115 over the Blue Alliance. The Red Alliance was able to gain 6 ranking points for their victory, 3 for winning the match, 1 for gaining more than 14 points under the barge, 1 for their performance in autonomous, and 1 with the coral, as well as the Blue Alliance gaining the ranking point for the coral activity as well. That's match number 15 of what will be 90 total. We're going through match number 67 today. So once again, the action will be fast and furious today.
And it's time for match number 16, starting off with team 24-15.
The Wired Cats.
Their partners, team 33-18.
The Robo Dragons.
And completing the Red Alliance, team 44-68.
Lynx Robotics.
On the other side, we have team 1683.
Techno Titan.
In the middle, team 8849.
Storm Robotics.
And 5219.
Techno Squad.
All thumbs up. Field is green. Drivers behind the line. Nope, never mind. All right, round two. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're off and running in autonomous as the bots move off the starting position. They get 3 points apiece. As they score on the reef, they can get anywhere from 3 to 7 points for their activity. 3 points in the trough, 7 points all the way high atop the reef as the Blue Alliance is done. It's 16 to 15 now coming out of autonomous. The human players have control of the bots at the bottom of the ocean for 2 minutes and 15 seconds of teleop controlled activity. The drivers, the human drivers, are programmed. They're looking at the currents. Their math is right. If their math is right, they'll be able to control their ROVs at the bottom of the sea with complete accuracy. It's a little bit off. It could cause them problems when trying to score atop the reef. 1683, no problem with the current as the Techno Titans score 4 for the Blue Alliance. High across the top of the reef, it's worth 5 points. In the middle of the reef, it's worth 3 or 4. At the bottom of the reef, in the low branch, that's worth 3 points. And if they can drop it in the trough, down at the base of the reef, that's worth 2 points apiece right now. It's 51 to 32 in favor of the Blue Alliance with 1:27 left to go. It's 44-68. Drops one in the trough. It falls off of the trough into the trench. 24-15. The Wildcats having their arms stretched up real high, trying to rebuild the reef by placing that coral high atop. It's there for 4 points. Make that 5 points. 66 to 38 in favor of the Blue Alliance right now with 1:02 left to go as the Red Alliance trying to gain traction at the bottom of the sea, trying to score as many points and build that reef back as quickly as they can, trying to catch up to the Blue Alliance, who's ahead 73 to 42 right now with 48 seconds left to go as 1683 has an algae pod in their possession, raising their arm high atop the ocean. It falls off back to the ocean floor as 52-19, the Techno Squad is inspecting the cages deeply anchored for the Blue Alliance. $88.49, Storm Robotics looking to pull some algae off the reef to clean the reef so they can place that coral. When they're placing the coral on the reef, it's as touching a piece of algae. The score does not count. As 24-15 with under 20 seconds left to go is still scoring high atop the reef. If they can get it there, another 5 points for their alliance as it's now 58 to 93 in favor of the Blue Alliance. 1683 climbing off of the ocean floor. If they're touching, they won't be credited with the climb. If they're not, they'll get credit for the climb. Ascension towards the surface, 12 points. With an additional robot park, that'll be 14. That'll give them a valuable ranking point if they're successful in that endeavor. That was the end of qualifying match number 16 as we await the final results and the release of the fish onto the reef. All right, here we go. We have the results. The fish are being released onto the reef. The color of the fish are blue as the Blue Alliance is victorious in that match. We have a final score of 109 to 74. 109 to 74, with the Blue Alliance gaining 3 ranking points for the victory. They gained a ranking point for their activity under the barge, and both alliances gained a ranking point for moving all of their bots off of the starting line and scoring at least 1 piece of coral in the autonomous mode.
let's go ahead and introduce teams for qualification match number 17. On the Red Alliance, we have team 9480.
The Gear Bears.
Next up in the middle, it's team 5109.
Gladiator Robotics.
And rounding off the Red Alliance, it's team 3344.
Space Dragons.
Moving to the Blue Alliance, team 1833.
Team Bean.
Team 10376.
The Plutonium Panthers.
And 5293.
The Metal Crusaders.
All right, the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match number 17 now in autonomous as the bots move off of the starting line. They gain 3 points apiece as all 3 bots moved off for the Blue Alliance. 2 of the bots moved off for the Red Alliance. They can gain anywhere from 3 to 7 points on the coral reef. 3 in the low trough, 7 all the way up high. Now, After the first 15 seconds are over, the human players take control for 2 minutes and 15 seconds. The point values are lowered as they try to score coral high atop the reef. Team Bean scoring coral on high atop, that's worth 5 points. As 52-93, the Metal Crusaders is at the coral zone looking to pull some of that algae off of the reef. 94-80 placing coral high atop the reef. That's worth 5 points for the Red Alliance as they're trying to close in on the Blue Alliance, who's leading right now 53-39 with 1:41 left to go. As places another piece of coral high atop the reef for 5 points. It's now 59-49 in favor of the Red Alliance. Make that 66-49 as the action moves fast at the bottom of the sea. There's the Alliance. 51-09. Gladiator Robotics placing coral high atop the reef for 5 points for the Red Alliance as they try one more time on another high branch. Whoa, they can't place two in the same one. It falls down to the ocean floor as it's 78-54 in favor of the Blue Alliance right now. Team Bean continuing to score as well as 94-80, who drops one, falls just short of the trough down into the trench. That trench is 7 miles deep. They'll have to send a deep submersible down there to pick that piece of coral up. All right, there's 52-93 now with coral in their possession. They're going to try to score it on the branch. Let's see if they can get it onto one of the branches. They place it on the low branch, or does it fall into the trough? It's hard to see from this location. Either way, it's worth some points for the Blue Alliance as it's 91-75 as the Red Alliance closes in with 38 seconds left to go. 10-3-76. That's the Plutonium Panthers with their bot Purple Panther scoring on the reef. 94-80, the Sea Friend Bear scoring on the reef on the low branch. That's worth 3 points for the Red Alliance. As it's now 109-89 with under 20 seconds left to go as the sound indicates. 94-80 is parked underneath the barge right now. They're going to try to lift themselves up off of the ocean floor, ascend towards the surface. If they can do that, they gain 12 points for their alliance. 18-33, Team Bean has started their ascension towards the surface. If they are successful and not touching any part of the ocean floor, they will gain 12. At 10-3-76 parked, that'll gain them a valuable ranking point if they're credited with that ascension towards the surface. We'll find out in just a moment when the fish are released onto the reef one more time. All right, here we go. And results of match number 17. The Blue Alliance victorious in that match. The Blue Alliance fish swimming strong with a score of 123-96. The Blue Alliance did gain that valuable ranking point for barge activity as they gained 6 ranking points in that match. All members of that alliance moved up as 52-93 slides into the number 9 ranked position. 18-33 Team Bean into the 7th ranked position.
Let's go ahead and introduce teams for qualification match number 18. Starting on the Red Alliance, it's Team 8866.
Innovation Robotics.
Followed by Team 3635.
The Flying Legion.
And rounding out the alliance, it's Team 4112.
The Eagle Bots.
Over on the blue line, starting with Team 9477.
Lambda.
Team 6919.
The Commodores.
And 6944.
The Wolverines.
right, the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're underway in the autonomous. Number 18 is all the bots move off the line. They gain 3 points apiece for their alliance. They also can gain 7 points for scoring high atop the reef, anywhere from 3 to 7 points in the reef activity. As we come to the end of autonomous, it's 33 for the blue and 31 for the red. As the human players now control the bots for 2 minutes and 15 seconds. They can score anywhere from 2 points in the trough at the base of the reef to 5 points high atop the reef. Points vary in between. They can also score 6 points by processing algae in the side, as 69-44 the Wolverines did for the Blue Alliance. That's 6 for their alliance. Then the Red Alliance player picks it up, scores it in the net for 4. As it's 53-48 right now with 1:43 left to go. It's now neck and neck as 57-52 make that 63-57 back and forth. There's 61. The Red Alliance takes the lead right now over the Blue Alliance as 88-66 the Innovation Robotics team has Coral in their possession. They're at the reef zone right now. They back away trying to get into possession. 36-35 the Flying Legion at the reef as well. Now here comes 88-66, no, 41-12 scoring in the middle branch. That's worth 4 points. Scoring on the low branch is worth 3. Scoring in the middle worth 4. High atop the reef worth 5. 41-12 the Eagle Bots right now scoring on the middle branch. That was worth 4 points. 69-19 the Commodores scoring on the reef as well as algae is being placed high atop the barge in the net. That's worth 4 points for each one of those algae pods they can place inside of that net. Processing it in the side processor gains them 6 points apiece. As it's 107-92 with 38 seconds left to go in favor of the Blue Alliance. The algae is flowing, flying all across the ocean floor, and now 94-77. The Lambda team takes that algae and launches it out of the water into the net. A good throw for the Lambda team. That's worth 4 points as it's 116-103 with 18 seconds left to go. They're now in what's called the end game. They can score a maximum of 36 points if they can get all 3 of their bots up off of the ocean floor. 69-19, ascending towards the ocean surface. That'll be worth 12 points. Maintain that position at the end of the match. 69-19 and 69-44, trying to get into the park zone. 36-35 and 41-12 along with 88-66. Looks like they're parked underneath the barge as well. Each one of the robots that are parked underneath the barge gains 2 points for their alliance. That was match number 18 of what will be a total of 90 qualifying matches this weekend. All right, here we go. And it is the Blue Alliance victorious in that match. The fish are swimming strong with a score of 157-111 as the Blue Alliance gains 6 ranking points. 69-19 slides into the number 2 position. And now, let's hear a word from Peachtree Live.
Hi, I'm Avi from Peachtree Live.
And I'm Alessio from Peachtree Live. And we're going to ask Kyle Fender some of my questions. How has FIRST most impacted your career?
First, it's impacted my career a lot to be able to make me more confident in the skills that I was provided during my first experience, and even as a mentor, as a volunteer. It's just made me more confident in myself in general.
What's something you miss about being on a FIRST team?
Road trips. The road trips, the late nights, strategy planning, pranks on our teammates, things like that. That was the most fun part of the first experience for me.
And what's your favorite thing that you've learned from FIRST?
Say that again?
What's the favorite thing you've learned from First?
The favorite thing I learned from First is that family isn't just blood. Family is the people that you decide to make family. So that's my favorite thing.
Yeah, and a little bit of a change up. Kyle, would you rather wear safety goggles or your competition shirt for the rest of your life?
Competition shirt because I have had some amazing shirts. I've had some amazing jerseys for my competition shirts, so easy.
Awesome. And would you rather have taste buds on your fingertips while building your robot or have a high-pitched voice when you have to talk to judges?
I already have a high-pitched voice when I start losing my voice, so that's easy. I'll do the second.
Sounds good. Thank you very much. That's
Thank
it
you.
from Kyle.
Let's go ahead and introduce teams for qualification match number 18. On the Red Alliance, it's Team 6829.
Ignite Robotics.
Followed by Team 6709.
Wildcat 5E.
And rounding off the Red Alliance, it's 8736.
The Mechanisms.
Moving over to the Blue Alliance's team, 2974.
And Robotics.
Team 1261.
The Robo Lions.
And 10482.
The Buzzbots.
Looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're off and running in match number 19 of what will be 90 total qualifying matches this weekend. We will be going through match number 67 today in competition, and we will be breaking for lunch after match number 33. That's just some logistics for you as we continue. The human players now take control of the box. 68-29, dropping a piece of coral. It falls into the center. Doesn't make it to the trough. It's worth no points right there as it stands. However, in the course of the match, it could go ahead and fall into the trough and gain them 2 points at any time. 68-29, placing that coral high atop the reef. If they're successful, that'll be worth 5 points as 12-61 scores 4 in the middle for the Blue Alliance. That's the Robo Lions with Hatchet. 10-4-82, their Littlewood bot scoring low on the coral reef for 3 points. As 68-29, the Ignite Robotics team has coral in their possession. They're at the coral zone. 87-36, the Mechanism also scoring on the reef as it's 94 for the blue and 40 for the red with 1:23 left to go in the match. Our high score so far is 185. We're shooting to beat that in today's competition if we can. The world record is 265. We might even be able to beat that today in the competition. There's another 4 points scored by the Robo Lions on the Blue Alliance as 10-4-82 drops one off into the trough. It falls down into the trench. 29-74 has one fall to the floor as well. It's 127-45 with 50 seconds left to go as 68-29. Battling the currents, trying to figure out which way they need to go. They're programming, heading towards the cages at the bottom of the barge, below the barge. They're anchored deep. They're going to try to grab hold of that cage, lift themselves up to the ocean surface for repairs possibly. 67-05 at the reef, gaining 2 points as they drop a piece of coral into the trough. 87-36, slipping and sliding on the algae on the red side of the field is 10-4-82. Buzzbot coming off of the ocean floor. It's floating off of the ocean floor, ascending towards the surface. That's 12-61. The Robo Lions parked up underneath the barge. That's worth 2 points. There goes another piece of algae into the net. Oh my goodness, that last one just may be a little bit too late right there. As it was right at the buzzer, we'll have to let the referees make that determination. Each one of those pieces of algae worth 4 points for their alliance. Right now we're looking at the potential for a high score in the district and the event. We'll wait until the fish start swimming on the reef and give you the final information on match number 19. All right, here we go in that score. Let's see, will we have a high score? Blue Alliance is victorious. Let's wait to see what the score is going to be. 194, a new district and event high score here in Georgia at Mercer University, as the Blue Alliance gains 6 ranking points for that victory.
Let's go ahead and introduce the Seamster Qualification match number 20. On the red lines, we have team 1771.
North Gwinnett Robotics.
And in the middle of the ocean, it's 4188.
The Columbus Space Program.
And rounding out the alliance, it's none other than team 7451.
Avenger Robotics.
On the other side, starting with team 1414.
iHot.
Team 8080.
Sequoia Robotics.
And 3329.
Wildbots.
All right, we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're on qualification match number 20 of match total of 90 qualifying matches this weekend, as 1771 scoring in autonomous. That's 21 points that I've seen them put up right there. There's another one if they can get it there, almost, as it's 44-9 coming out of autonomous in favor of the Red Alliance. We just witnessed a high score. There is a potential for a high score in this match as well. Let's cheer them on, folks. as we watch the activity. 1771 scoring high atop the barge net for 4 points with those algae pods. As 80-80 scoring high on the reefers from the Blue Alliance. 41-88 scoring for the Blue Alliance as well in the algae pod on top of the net of the barge. It's 79-29 in favor of the Red Alliance as 1771 has one fall down in the ocean trench. IHOT has algae in their possession, headed to the processor on the side. That's worth 6 points for the Blue Alliance. The Red Alliance bots can pick that up and place it in the net if they want to for 4, but 1771 places it in the middle branch. That's worth 4 points for them as it's 87-49 with a minute 20 left to go. There's another 4 points by 1771, the North Gwinnett Robotics team, with their bot Driftwood drifting all over the ocean floor with ease. Currents moving them along with ease. They've got the current pattern figured out. On the Red Alliance side is 80-80. The Sequoia Robotics team heads towards the reef with coral in their possession. They're going high with that piece of coral, going to try to place it. They reposition themselves as the current affects their bot. They move it down to the middle branch. That's worth 4 points for their alliance as it's now 106-75. 56 seconds left to go. Another 5 points high for the Red Alliance. 80-80 scoring again is IHOT moving towards the reef. 33-29 the Wildbots team scoring on the reef as well as IHOT places one high atop the reef for 5. 1771 with their bot looking to place coral on the reef. They're placing it high atop the reef, another 5 points as it's 128-96 with 30 seconds left to go. There's another 4 points in the Red Alliance side of the barge in their net as the algae is being processed. There goes 1771 and the Avenger Robots team also scoring high. That's a 10-point swing right there in the last seconds as we're under 20 seconds. 1771 approaches the deeply anchored cage. They're going to try to lift themselves up off of the ocean floor. That'll gain them 12 points as they're at 152 right now. 74-51, that's 24 points if they can stay up there, but they fall back to the ocean floor. 1771 looks like they're successfully ascended towards the surface as 74-51 is touching a piece of coral and the ocean floor at the end of the match. That'll be worth 14 points if it stands right where it's at. However, anything can happen as no part of the bot is supposed to be touching the ocean floor at the end of the match. All right, here we go on the score in that match. The Red Alliance was victorious. The fish are swimming strongly on the reef as it's 156-118. 156-118. The Red Alliance was credited with 2 bots parked underneath the barge as part of 1771's bot was actually touching the ocean floor in that match. So they do not receive credit for the ascension towards the surface in that.
Let's go ahead and introduce Team Circle Qualification match number 21. On the Red Alliance, it's Team 9260.
Built for Bib Robotics.
Followed by Team 8865.
The Dacula Droids.
And rounding off the alliance, it's Team 1002.
Circuit Runners Robotics.
Over on the Blue Alliance, Team 5608.
Lassiter Robotics.
Team 1648.
G3 Robotics.
And 6925.
WA Robotics.
All right, the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match does not start. Start again. Wait. They're gaslighting me. Now we're good. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're at match number 21 of what will be 90 total qualifying matches this weekend. As the bots are programmed to do what you see they're doing by the human players, even if it's just to stand still and monitor the ocean currents. Algae process in the side worth 6 points. Coral scored anywhere from 3 to 7 on the reef as the Blue Alliance places that processed algae by the Red Alliance into the net on top of the Blue at 4 points. It's 38 for the Blue and 28 for the Red as the human players control the bots with 2 minutes left to go in the match. 92-60 at the coral zone, receiving that coral down the chute from the human player high atop the ocean in the barge. He drops it down the chute to the bot down on the ocean floor as 92-60, the Built for Bib Robotics scores high across the top of the reef for 5 points. There's another 4 points scored by the Blue Alliance from the human player on the side after processing the algae from the Red Alliance. 16-48. The G3 Robotics team scores high atop the reef for 5 points as well with their robot Wellerman. There's 88-65. They have that algae pod in their possession. They're at the barge. They've got their arm raised up to the ocean wave level. Launches it above the waves into the barge. Net for 4 points on the Red Alliance as it's 85 for the blue. 80, make that 89 for the blue and 84 for the red. 88 now for the red as they're closing in on the Blue Alliance with 1:06 left to go. 56-08 over towards the coral zone as 88-65 has another piece of algae in their possession. Let's watch them and see what happens as G3 Robotics picks up a piece of coral. They're going to try to score alongside of 69-25 who places it for 4 points in the middle branch. 16-48 has that coral on their bot, but 16-48 pulls another. There's another 4 points by 88-65 as 16-48 drops it high atop the reef for 5. It's now 111 for the red and 102 for the blue as 88-65. Trying to score again. They pull the algae off of the reef. They're heading over towards the net. They're going to try to place it in the net again for another 4 points on the Red Alliance. 69-25 with coral in their possession on the reef zone as 88-65 launches the coral of the algae into the net for 4 points. It's 129 for the red, 114 for the blue with 12 seconds left to go as the G3 Robotics teams is at the deeply anchored cage trying to ascend towards the ocean surface. If they can ascend towards the ocean surface, that'll be worth 12 points for their alliance. They have to be completely off of the ocean floor in order to gain those points. No part of their bot can be touching the ocean floor. That was the end of qualification match number 21. And don't forget, we will be playing through match number 33 and taking a break for lunch, completing today with match number 65 sometime around 5:30 to 6 o'clock. All right, here we go in that last match. The Red Alliance victorious in that match with a score of 141 to 133. 24 algae points for the Red Alliance made a big difference in that match. The coral points were basically the same at 104 as the Red Alliance gains 4 ranking points, 3 for the victory and 1 for autonomous. The Blue Alliance also for their activities in autonomous.
Let's go ahead and start introducing team for qualification match number 22. On the Red Alliance, it's team 4026.
Decatur Robotics.
Next up, it's 8100.
Grayson Robotics.
And rounding off the alliance, it's 9522.
Archimedes.
Over on the Blue Alliance is team 5900.
The Fighting Mongooses.
In the middle, 5074.
Robo Mustangs.
In 7538.
Metal Mountain.
And the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go!
And we're off and running in qualification match number 22. As the bots move off the starting position, they gain 3 points for their alliance. They gain 7 points for scoring high atop the coral reef, as you see the bots doing right now. They gain 3 points at a minimum on the low in the trough. It's 30-16 in favor of the Red Alliance coming out of Autonomous, as the human players now have control for 2 minutes and 15 seconds of chaos on the ocean floor. The ocean waters is clear, so we should be able to see the activity. 75-38 dancing with 40-26. That's the Metal Mountain Havoc team. They're creating havoc on the red end of the field. 8100 to Grayson Robotics, leaning tower of Loganville, as Coral in their possession, moving towards the reef, trying to score that where they can. Their rear arm up high, placing it high atop the reef. 5 points for the leaning tower of Loganville as they leaned into the reef and scored. 50-74. That's the Robo Mustangs. Had one drop to the ocean floor out of the trough. 40-26, the Decatur Robotics teams dancing with havoc. 50-74, and their alliance partner moving on the Blue Alliance side of the ocean. As 5900, the Fighting Mongooses place that coral high atop the reef. That's 5 points, as it's 72 for the red, 47 for the blue, with 56 seconds left to go in match. 50-74 drops another piece of coral in the trough. That's worth 2 points for their alliance. If coral counts, every piece of coral can make a difference in the match, depending on where it's scored. Even in the trough for 2 points, that could make a difference. It's 84-49 with 38 seconds left to go, as the Decatur Robotics team scoring on the reef one more time. 8100 with coral in their possession. No, they're moving to get the algae off of the reef, cleaning the reef off. It's 50-74. The Robo Mustangs was left the reef zone. 75-38, Metal Mountain and their bot Havoc grabbing hold of the deeply anchored cage, trying to lift themselves off of the ocean floor to gain 12 points for their alliance, as the Decatur Robotics team parked up underneath the barge right now. If they can lift themselves off the ocean floor, that'll be worth 12 points for their alliance. We come to an end. 75-38, parked up underneath the barge, as all three of the red robots parked underneath the barge as well. That's 2 points apiece for their alliance. That was the end of qualification match number 22, and once again we will be playing through match number 33 and taking a break for lunch. All right, in match number 22, we have the results. The red fish are released out onto the reef. They're strong on the newly rebuilt reef with a score of 109-66. They were able to gain 3 ranking points for their alliance. Both alliances gained the ranking point for autonomous activities.
Let's go ahead and introduce these teams for qualification match number 23. On the Red Alliance, we have team 832.
Oscar, Oscar, Oscar.
Next up, it's 60-23.
The Disc Bots.
And completing the alliance, it's Team 69-19.
Currently ranked number 2, the Commodores.
Moving on to the other side, on the Blue Alliance is 5109.
Gladiator Robotics.
In the middle, 2415.
The Wired Cats.
And 6340.
Currently in the number 4 ranked position, the Marist Manatees.
And the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match number 23 underway as the Bots move off of their starting line. They gain 3 points apiece. As they score on the reef, they can get anywhere from 3 to 7 points depending on where they place that coral. Coming out of Autonomous, the Red Alliance is leading with 23-12 as the human players now take control for 2 minutes and 15 seconds. The Blue Alliance scoring coral high atop the reef worth 5 as the Disc Bots place a piece of algae into the net on top of the barge for 4 points. It's time with 1:57 left to go as 24-15. The Wildcats process algae through the side for 6 on the Red Alliance, on the Blue Alliance. The Red Alliance picks up the algae, places it into the net for 4 points. As it's now 48 for the Blue, 47 for the Red with 1:39 left to go. The Disc Bots, 60-23 with Saquon Botley at the reef, pulling the algae off, headed towards the barge. No, they leave it on the ocean floor to pick up later as 63-40 is at the reef alongside a 51-09, placing their coral high. 10-point swing right there for the Blue Alliance as it's now 63-59 as they take the lead over the Red Alliance. It's now tied up, but no, the Blue Alliance moves ahead. Both alliances gaining the coral ranking as they've scored 24-15. Processing another piece of algae for 6 points on the Blue Alliance as the Red Alliance places the processed algae into the net for 4. It's 94 for the Red and 80 for the Blue with 53 seconds left to go. It's 60-23. The Disc Bots has coral in their possession heading towards the reef, raising their arm high up in the air. They lose control of the coral. It falls down to the ocean floor. 63-40, placing the coral high atop the reef for 5 points is 24-15. The Wildcats studying the ocean currents. 60-23, the Disc Bots scoring another 4 points for the Red Alliance in the net atop the barge. 69-19, the Commodores. They're dancing around the coral reef right now at 60-23 with under 20 seconds to go. Has algae in their possession. They're at the barge zone alongside of Oscar. There go the Commodore beneath the barge as well as 60-23 is outside. Looking in as 8:32 Oscar lifts themselves up off the ocean floor. So does 63-44 the Blue Alliance, but they must remain up off of the ocean floor at the end of the match in order for the 12 points to count. If they can gain more than 14 points underneath the barge during the end game, they can gain a valuable ranking point. We'll see how that plays out when the fish are left to swim again on the reef in just a moment. Here's the results in that last match. Match number 23. As the Blue Alliance fish swimming on the newly built reef with a score of 123 to 112 over the Red Alliance. All right, you see the Blue Alliance was able to gain 3 ranking points for the victory.
Let's go ahead and introduce teams for qualification match number 24. On the Red Alliance, we have team 2974.
Walton Robotics.
And in the middle, it's team 1833.
Currently ranked number 5, Team Bean.
And rounding off the Alliance, it's 8849.
Storm Robotics.
Over on the Blue Alliance is Team 4112.
The Eaglebots.
Team 5219.
Techno Squad.
And Team 9477.
Lambda.
And the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And match number 24 is off and autonomous as all 3 of the bots on both sides of the field move off the line for 3 points apiece. They gain 7 points for scoring high atop the reef. They gain 3 points low. Anywhere between 3 and 7 points during autonomous for activities on the reef. As now, the Red Alliance and the Blue Alliance are controlled by the human players. Scoring fast and furious as the Red Alliance is now leading 56-8 with 2 minutes and 4 seconds left to go. One of the teams in this match was involved in our high score so far for the district. As 94-77, the Lambda team looks for the algae. They have algae in their possession. They've been good about getting that algae launched from the bottom of the ocean floor like a rocket and hitting their target. The net on top of the blue barge. There's 2 of them in a row for 8 points right there as it's 78. Make that 81-41 with 1:36 left to go. The activity, fast and furious, is on the Blue Alliance side of the field. You see 3 cages anchored deeply in the water, and on the Red Alliance you have 2 anchored deep and 1 anchored shallow. 41-12 at the coral zone, trying to pick up some coral is 52-19, the Techno Squad with Kraken dancing around the field. The cages are swinging wildly on the Red Alliance side of the field as the ocean currents are strong. 29-74, the Walton Robotics teams picking up coral. They've got it in their possession. They're going to try to score it, and they do, as it's now 115-76 with 56 seconds left to go. 88-49, the Storm Robotics team climbing Mount Everest right there is what they're looking to try to do, as Walton has algae in their possession. They move down the field. They head towards the coral zone. They pick up another piece of coral down the chute from the human player on the barge located high atop the ocean waves. The ocean is calm. The sea is clear. Walton scores high atop the reef is 41-12. The Eaglebots score high as well. It's 145-99 with 20 seconds left to go in the match. Aaron Bean, 18-33. They grab a hold of the deeply anchored cage. Going to try to lift themselves off of the ocean floor. If they can do that, 12 points for the Alliance. As Walton takes Algae and places it on the side. There's another 6 points for them as it's 166-104 with 3 seconds left to go. Team Bean up off of the ocean floor. They're going to look to see if they're touching at the end of the match. Let them rock and roll as the current rock and roll. If they're touching any part of their body at the end of the match, they don't get credit for that. 12 points. We'll see here in just a second. As we were at 172-121, this could give us another high score if that was successful. Wow, what a match. All right, here we go in qualification match number 24. It's the Red Alliance victorious with a score 186-123. 186-123 as the Red Alliance was credited with the barge activity underneath the barge. They gained the ranking point for that as well as for the Coral and Autonomous. The Blue Alliance gains a ranking point for their autonomous activities as well. 186-123. You see that little hand in the middle, looks like a handshake. They were able to cooperate with each other, reducing the amount of coral they needed to score the coral ranking points from 5 to 4 on each level. Qualification 24 of 90 now complete as we get ready to set up for qualification match number 25 here in just a second.
All right, let's go ahead and introduce these teams for our next match, starting on the Red Alliance with team 3344.
The Space Dragons.
Right in the middle, we have team 1683.
Ranked number 2, the Techno Titan.
Right on the end is team 8866.
Innovation Robotics.
And on the blue lines, we have team 1771.
Sitting in the number 1 ranked position, North Gwinnett Robotics.
Followed by team 10482.
Currently ranked number 5, the Buzzbots.
And rounding off the alliance, it's team 8736.
The Mechanisms.
All right, it looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match number 25 of 90 now underway. As the bots move off of their starting position, they gain 3 points. As they score on the reef, they can gain anywhere from 3 to 7 points for their activities. This is all programmed by the human players right now. Hopefully they responded the way they were supposed to. 33-44 moves across into the Blue Alliance side of the field in order to keep the Blue Alliance from scoring those valuable corn points. As 1771 launches the algae into the net atop the barge for 4 points. It's 56-30 with 1:54 left to go as 1683. The Techno Titans score high atop the reef. Their alliance partner does the same right beside them. That was 88-66, the Innovation Robotics team. 87-36, the Mechanisms at the coral zone as 10-482 scores a piece of coral in the trough. 1771 pulls algae and places coral at the same time, basically. There's another 4 points from 1771 high atop the barge in the net. It's 80-62 with 1:23 left to go. Still a lot of time for scoring. A lot of activity is 1683 with Kaido, the Techno Titans, scoring high on the reef for 5. The Red Alliance trying not to let the Blue Alliance get too far ahead as they're now at 72, the Blue Alliance at 90. 87-36 pushing the algae across the ocean floor as 1771 scores in the middle for 4. 87-36 has a piece of coral slip out of their grip into the Marianas Trench, 7 miles deep. 10-482 looking for more coral as 1771 scores on the reef in the middle. It's now 100-89 in favor of the Red Alliance, or Blue Alliance. As the Red Alliance is keeping it close, 1683 drops one off onto the coral. It doesn't fall into the trough. It's just hanging there right now as 1683 again scores in the middle for 4. 87-36 scores in the trough with 10-482. That's the Buzzbot team. 1771 continues to score on the reef as well as it's 122-97 with 23 seconds left to go in the match. 10-482. Littlewood drifting over towards the cage to try to lift themselves up off of the ocean floor, ascend towards the surface, gaining 12 points for their alliance at 1771. Doing the same. That'll be a 24-point swing right there at the end of the match. They got 5 seconds left to accomplish that as 87-36 comes in to try to park as well. That's worth 2 points. That could be a 26-point swing right there for the Blue Alliance. The Red Alliance had 1683. The Techno Titans up off of the surface of the ocean floor as well, ascending towards the surface. They may have gained 12 points for that one as well. If they can gain more than 14 points underneath the barge, at the end game, they can gain a valuable ranking points, which can help them in the rankings as we continue with the competitions this weekend. All right, here we go in that match. Let's see. The Red Alliance and the Blue Alliance fish. It's the Blue Alliance fish swimming, this time on the reef. They release those bluefin tuna out there with a score of 153-125. Both alliances received the ranking point for barge activity underneath the barge, as the Blue Alliance had 2 bots ascending towards the ocean surface and 1 parked. All alliance members of the Red either stayed in their position or moved up, as 10-482 moves into the number 4 ranked position. 1771 maintains its hold on the number 1 spot right now.
All right, going into our next match, starting on the Red Alliance with team 5608.
Lassiter Robotics.
Right in the middle, team 3329.
Wildbot.
And right on the end, team 6705.
Wildcat 5E.
And across the ocean around the blue lines, we have Team 8080.
Sequoia Robotics.
Followed by Team 6944.
The Wolverines.
And completing their alliance, it's Team 1648.
G3 Robotics.
And the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And match number 26 in autonomous underway as the bots move off the line. They get 3 points apiece. That is programmed by the human players, the activity to score on the reef, to move off of the line. All of these points programmed. No human interaction except for the programming. As now the bots are controlled by the human players. 5 points scored by the Blue Alliance. I can't see the number from this side, but high atop the reef, it's worth 5 points. 5608, that's the Corrosion team robot. 3329 and 6705 trying to score on the reef. And 6705 with their bot, the tripping hazard. Now scoring on the reef. Let's see where they place it. If they get it in the middle, that'll be worth 4 points. High atop the reef, worth 5. Down on the low end, it's worth 3 points. 33-29, placing it high, that's worth 5. As 1648, the G3 Robotics team, placing it in the middle. That's worth 4 points. 1648 again on the low branch, that's worth 3. As 8080 trying to place it high. They have Coral in their possession, trying to get it high atop the reef. That'll be worth 5 if it's successful. It drops off into the middle. If it falls into the trough, that'll gain them 2 points. Right now, 1648 has one drop off of the trough into the ocean floor. If they're not careful, that coral will fall from the ocean trough into the trench deep below them. 6944, that's the team Wolverines wobbling around the ocean floor with a bot wobble. 1648, again, placing coral in the trough for 2 points, as it's 95 for the blue and 77 for the red with 41 seconds left to go. Airspeed 29, placing that coral high atop the reef. That's another 5 points for them as 5608 and 6705 dance at the coral reef zone. 8080, the Sequoia Robotics team, got that coral high atop the reef for 5 of another 5 points, as it's 91 for the red, 115 for the blue with 22 seconds left to go. That sonar sound means that we're down to under 20 seconds left to go, and anywhere from 0 to 36 points can be scored in the end game underneath the barge as they continue to make their strategic decisions. 1648 to G3 Robotics and 6944 at the deeply anchored cage. Here comes 8080 alongside as 6705 makes it towards The barge zone, 3329 looks like it's parked. They have to be inside or touching the tape area in order to get a credit for parking underneath the barge. That was the end of qualification match number 26. And once again, we will be going through match number 33 and then taking a lunch break. '26 now in the book as we look for the fish to swim again. A Blue Alliance. Fish swimming on the reef. Newly rebuilt reef with a score of 126 to 110. The Blue Alliance was able to gain 4 ranking points. Each alliance gained an additional ranking point for their activity of moving off of the starting line with all of their bots and scoring at least 1 piece of coral in autonomous.
All right, let's go ahead and introduce our teams for this next match, starting the Red Alliance with Team 10376.
Plutonium Panthers.
In the middle, we have Team 4026.
Decatur Robotics.
And right on the end, we have 4468.
Lynx Robotics.
And over on the blue lines, we have Team 7041.
Avenger Robotics.
Next up, it's 7538.
Metal Mountain.
And completing the alliance, it's Team 6925.
WA Robotics.
We're good? All right. All right, looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
And match number 27 of 90 now underway. We will be breaking for lunch after match number 33 today, as the bots are reacting to their programming, hopefully the way they're supposed to, as they can score anywhere from 3 to 7 points in the autonomous for every action successfully completed. Now the Decatur Robotics team places coral high atop the reef for 5 points as 69-25 WA Robotics spins in the current. Looking for the algae, pulling it off of the reef at 74-51. The Avenger Robotics team scores high and then removes the coral, removes the algae. They lift their arm high above the ocean surface, dropping that algae into the Blue Alliance barge in the net for 4 points, as it's 34-34 right now, tied up with 1:44 left to go. 44-68. That's the Lynx Robotics team. Looking for some algae, trying to get it off of the reef. Just for your information, when they place the coral on the reef, if it's touching a piece of algae, it does not count for any points. Coral and algae can accidentally be unscored as well. 44-68, looking still to pull that piece of algae off. They're having a little problem. At 74-51, the Avenger Robotics team, currently ranked number 9 with their Land Shark bot, trying to place coral on the reef. At 69-25, pulls algae off of the reef. It goes flying across the ocean floor underneath the Red Alliance barge. The Avenger Robotics team has coral in their possession. They're moving around the reef, trying to figure out where they want to place it. They're rebuilding it strategically, placing it high atop the reef for 5 points, as it's now 51-44 with 40 seconds left to go in favor of the Red Alliance. 44-68 and 40-26 side by side is 75-38 with Havoc, creating havoc on the red end of the field. 69-25, sing around at the reef as the Red Alliance places algae into the net above that was processed by the Blue Alliance on the side of the field. We're down to under 20 seconds as another piece of algae is processed by the Blue Alliance for 6 and then scored in the net for 4 by the Red Alliance. It's 72-65 in favor of the Blue Alliance as 40-26 pulls himself off of the ocean floor. 10-3-76 is parked. That could be 14 points right there. That could be the difference in the match. 2 of the bots for the Blue Alliance are parked for 2 points apiece. 40-26, the Decatur Robotics team. If they're successfully credited with ascending towards the surface of the ocean, they will get 12 points for that, and then they will also be able to get a ranking point for their alliance because they will have scored more than 14 points underneath the barge. And here we go with the score. The Red Alliance victorious in that match. 81-78. And the difference in that match was the barge points. At 40-26, successfully able to pull themselves off of the ocean floor and lift themselves towards the ocean surface. That gave them 12 points, which catapulted them above the Blue Alliance in that match. The Red Alliance gained 5 ranking points for that victory, while the Blue Alliance gained 1 ranking point for the successful completion of their autonomous task. And now let's turn it over to Peachtree Live.
Hi, I'm Zara, and today I'm here with
Sonnet Kowalski.
Okay. So can you tell us a little bit about what team you were on?
Yeah, I was on 1771, where I started first as a safety captain, and then I moved on to drive team, co-head of engineering, and then president.
So I heard you're at KSU now. Can you tell a little bit about what you're studying?
I'm currently at KSU for mechanical engineering. I'm doing a mechatronics minor, and I recently had the opportunity to intern with Southwire this summer.
And how being on a first team would you say has helped with your skills now that you're studying?
One of the best things that I learned about first is having skills and then being able to apply them and being very, very proud of the outcomes that I've had and growing with it.
And what's one piece of advice you would give to a current first student?
Have fun. Don't forget that this event is all about fun.
All right, well, thank you so much. Again, this is Sonnet. She's one of our alumni, so thank you so much for being here today with us.
Thanks for having me.
All right, thank you, Peachtree Live. All right, we are getting into our next match, starting on the Red Alliance with Team 5900.
The Fighting Mongooses.
Right in the middle, the oldest team in the state of Georgia is Team 832.
Oscar, Oscar, Oscar.
And rounding out their alliance is Team 9522.
Archimedes.
And on the blue lines, we have Team 9260.
Built for Bib Robotics.
Followed by Team 6829.
Ignite Robotics.
And completing the alliance, Alliance, it's 41-88.
Columbus Space Program.
All right, looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. All right, looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go!
And we're off in match number 28 of what will be 90 total qualifying matches, as what you see happening right now is programmed by the human players. Even if it is to just sit down on the ocean floor and take ocean current readings. And now for 2 minutes and 15 seconds, the human players control the bots. As Oscar on the ocean floor at the cages, studying the ocean currents for the rest of their alliance. As 41-88 on the sideline, processing algae for 6 points. As it's 47, make that 50 for the Blue Alliance and 10 for the Red with 1:52 left to go. As 95-22, that's Sharkamedes processing algae for the Red Alliance. Now they have coral in their possession. They're going to try to score it low, and they do for 3 points on the low branch. That's 68-29, places it in the middle branch for 4 points. 1:32 left to go as it's 74-29 as the Fighting Mongooses place that coral high atop the reef for 5 points. 1:23 left to go. It's 81 for the blue and 36 for the red as 68-29 moves around the reef. 92-60. That's Bert. Has coral in their possession. They move back towards the coral zone as 41-88 as at the reef, pulling that coral, pouring the algae off of the reef, making a clear spot to place that coral. They raise their arm high atop the ocean waves, scoring 4 points for their alliance by placing that algae in the net. 68-29 has one drop off of the trough into the ocean floor as Oscar still studying the currents. 95-22, dancing with Oscar there for a moment is the Fighting Mongooses and Nautilus, dropping a piece of coral into the trough for 2 points. as it's 106-55 with 30 seconds left to go in favor of the Blue Alliance. 68-29 at the Coral zone, receiving that Coral down the chute from the human player on the barge. The Blue Alliance scoring 4 and 4. That was an 8-point swing right there in the span of seconds, as it's 125-60 with 9 seconds left to go. Oscar is now parked up underneath the barge for 2 points as their alliance partner. 95-22 parks as well. That's 2 points apiece. Looks like possibly 68-29 may be off of the ocean floor. I can't tell from here if any part of the bot is touching the ocean floor at the end of the match. They will not receive the 12 points for ascending towards the surface. All right, here we go with the results for match number 28. The Blue Alliance victorious in that match with a score 129-67. 129-67 as the Blue Alliance gains 5 ranking points for their victory. 3 for the victory, 1 for the Coral activity, and 1 for their autonomous activity. That was the end of qualifying match number 28, as I'm going to turn the microphone over to Dylan to take us through to lunch.
All right, let's go ahead and introduce our next match, starting on Red Alliance with Team 5074.
The Robo Mustang.
Right in the middle, it's Team 1414.
Who's hot?
And rounding out the Red Alliance is Team 6340.
The Marist Manatees.
Coming over to the Blue Alliance. First up, we have Team 1002.
Circuit Runner Robotics.
Right in the middle, Team 3635.
The Flying Legion.
And rounding out their alliance, it's Team 9480.
The Gear Bears.
All right, it looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go!
And we are back under the sea with all 6 robots moving on the field. Team 6340, the Mercer Manatees, line themselves up for a coral on level 4 as their alliance partner IHOT attempts to get one on their own side. On the blue lines, all 3 robots are currently around their coral reef, with Team 3635 getting those coral up on top of level 4. As we enter the tally-up portion of the match, that takes an early lead of 27 points to the Red Alliance is 17. Team 1414 and 5074 are loading themselves up in the coil station, dropping them on with 5074, dropping them onto the trough, and IHOT placing it on top of level 4 for 5 points for the Red Alliance. On the blue line, Team 3635 getting a coral from the Gear Bears human player as the Gear Bears place a coral on top of level 4, with the Flying Legion right behind them placing it on level 3, with Circuit Runners following them placing it back on level 4. On the Red Alliance, IHOT has lined themselves up as Mercer Manatees reload to place it all the way back up on level 3. Team 5074, the Robo Mustangs, are currently lining themselves up trying to deliver that coral into the trough for 2 points. Unfortunately, it was just not quite enough and falls back down to the ocean floor. Team 9480, the Gear Bears, are all the way up trying to reach the ocean surface, trying to get that coral level 4. And they successfully got it for 5 points as IHOT does the same for their own alliance with the Mercer getting right behind them. As we are halfway through the match, the Blue Lions has the lead of 81 to the Red Alliance is 55 points. Team 5074, the Robo Mustangs, are currently stalling in the whirlpool as they make their way over to the coral loader station. IHOT almost completing that top portion of level 4 for the Red Alliance side as the Blue Lions has 3 left to go. Team 5074, the Robo Mustangs, are making their way back over to the human player station as IHOT beats them to it to get another coral into their feeder. Team 9480, the Gear Bears, completing that top of level 4 as quick as they can. With only 40 seconds left remaining in the match, IHOT is trying to see if they can complete that top of level 4, earning another 5 points for their alliance. Team 6340, the Mercer Manatees, make their way back to the coral reef, going all the way to level 2 for 3 points for their alliance as IHOT tries to see if they can load in some more coral robot. Team 9480, the Gear Bears, are trying to load that last coral on top of level 4, and they do it successfully. With only 20 seconds left remaining in the game, the Blue Lions is in the lead of 135 points as the Mercer Manatees line themselves up for a deep paying for 12 points. The Gear Bears are doing the same for their Blues as IHOT tries to place the last few corals of the match. The Mercer Manatees are in the air. Gear Bears still seeing if they can try to make contact with it, and as time runs up, all 3 robots on the Red Alliance side have successfully parked, with only the Gear Bears and 3635 getting those parking points. And the scores are in. The fisherman from the deep, and it's going to go to the Blue Alliance with a final match score of 146 to the Red Alliance's 115. The Blue Lions can take 5 ranking points away from this, raising all of their ranks up, and the Red Alliance is still going to earn those 2 additional ranking points.
All right, going into our next match, starting on the Red Alliance with Team 1261.
Robo Lions.
Right in the middle, Team 5293.
The Metal Crusaders.
And rounding out their alliance is Team 3318.
It's the Robo Dragons.
On the Blue Alliance is Team 6023.
Disc Bots.
Their partners, Team 8100.
Grayson Robotics.
And diving with the Blue Alliance, Team 8865.
Dacula Droids.
All right, looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go!
And all 6 robots are moving on the field with the Robo Lions placing that first coral of the match on level 4 for 7 points for their alliance. All 3 robots are trying to place those corals on the coral reef for the Blue Lions, but not quite enough to be able to stick. 8865, the Dacula Droids, getting that algae into the processor for 8 points. Team 1261, the Robo Lions, have successfully got 3 coral on top of level 4, bringing them to a lead of 33 to the Blue Lions is 18. We got algae flying all over the place with the Robo Lions trying to see if they can get that coral as it's flying by. Team 8865, the Dacula Droids, are currently stuck in front of an algae in front of the coral reef. As 6023, the Disc Bar, making their way across the sea. Team 1261, the Robo Lions, placing another coral on top of L4 for 5 additional points for their alliance. As 3318, the Robo Dragons keep getting those coral onto the trough for 2 points each. Team 8100, Grayson Robotics, getting that coral on level 4 along with their partner, the Disc Bots. Team 1261, the Robo Lions, once again getting a coral on level 4 for an additional 5 points as their alliance partner, the Robo Dragons, continuing piling on those coral in the trough. Their other alliance partner, the Metal Crusaders, are currently playing defense against the Blue Lions as Team 8865 tries to see if they can get some more algae into the processor for 6 points each. Team 1261, the Robo Lions, place another coral on level 3 for 4 additional points and removing an algae in the process. Team 6023, the Disc Bots, continuing placing those corals on level 4 for 5 points for each one they successfully place, with their alliance partner Grayson Robotics filling in level 3 now as the human player throws that algae into the net for 4 points going towards the Red Alliance. We are under 1 minute left remaining in the match. The Red Alliance has an early lead of 83 points and the Blue Lions is 44. The Robo Lions now once again seeing they can get that coral on level 2 for 3 points for their alliance. Seeing if they can try to make their way towards that coral ranking point. Team 3318, the Robo Dragons, continuing placing those coral in the trough for 2 points each. An algae tried going in the net, but not quite enough. 6023 does the same for the Blue Lions, and it bounces all the way over to the Red Alliance side as 3318, the Robo Dragons, placing the coral on the trough for 2 additional points, with the Robo Lions getting the coral on level 3 for 4 points. Team 6023 seeing if they can get that algae, which they successfully did for 4 points for their alliance as we're in the last 20 seconds of the match. 3318, the Robo Dragons seeing if they can get a depot point. Same thing with Disc Bots. 5293 makes their way to under the barge for 2-point parking bonus as the Robo Lions place 1 more coral on level 2 for 3 points as we are out of time for this qualification match. And the scores are in. And the winner is the Red Alliance with a final score of 118-82. The Red Alliance successfully earned 5 ranking points, 1 for the autonomous portion of the match, and another 1 for scoring at least 12 points in under the barge. And the Blue Alliance successfully got a ranking point for their autonomous as well.
All right. Let's go ahead and get into our next match, starting on the Red Alliance with team 3344.
The Space Dragons.
Right in the middle, team 4112.
The Eaglebots.
And right on the end, team 3329.
Wildbots.
On the Blue Alliance is Team 8866.
Innovation Robotics.
Their partner is Team 1648.
G3 Robotics.
And completing the Blue Alliance, Team 8736.
The Mechanisms.
All right, that's all thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And all 6 robots are moving on the field. The Eaglebots placing that coral on level for 5 points. 33-44 Space Dragons come a little short of the coral reef, dropping in down to the seafloor. 87-36 the Mechanisms, trying to see if they can get that coral on level 4 for 5 points for their alliance. Team 60-48 G3 Robotics. As we go in the tie-up portion of the match, we are tied 23-29. 33-29, the Wildbots getting in their coral on top of L4 for 5 points to their alliance, as the Eaglebots get another coral on level 4 of themselves for an additional 5 points. We have an Algae scored in the net on the further balloons for 4 points. Team 87-36, the Mechanisms, trying to see if they can place that second Algae, which they can successfully. Team 33-44 seems to have been caught in a whirlpool. Team 41-12, the Eaglebots are lining themselves up with L4 for 5 points for their alliance. Oh, not quite enough. It falls down to the ocean floor. Team 48, G3 Robotics, picking up a coral from the ocean surface and going all the way up to the surface of the sea, placing it on the 5 points for their alliance, as Team 8866 Innovation Robotics plays one of their own. The Mechanisms try shooting a 4th Algae into the net, but it bounces all the way over to the Red Alliance side. As we are now halfway in the match, the Blue Alliance has that early lead of 76 points, and the Red Alliance is 53 points. 33-29 looks to extend that catch back up, but it was not quite enough and falls into the trough for 2 points, but they have successfully removed an Algae to place more coral later in the match. The Eaglebots completing their alliances, level 4 for 5 points for each one. The Mechanisms once again line themselves up for another successful Algae inside the net. Team 1648 G3 Robotics is putting those coral on top of level 4. They've almost completed their entire level 4 except for one. with 48 seconds left remaining in the match. 33-44, the Space Dragons continuing placing that coral on level 3 for 4 points. Team 41-12, the Eaglebots, picking up another coral from the surface of the sea, bringing it to their coral reef. And on the blue lines, we have Team 8736, the Mechanisms, look to be having some technical difficulties as their alliance partner G3 Robotics picks up a coral and spins around to place it onto the coral reef. 33-44, the Space Dragons placing another coral right now on top of the reef as 41-12 picks another coral off the ocean surface. With only 20 seconds after making the match, the blue lines takes the lead, but a couple climbs could be enough for the Red Alliance. 33-44 is attempting to climb, and they are in the air. 41-12 completing, trying to get some last-minute coral, but they decide to go park for 2 points. 33-44 is falling down with 1 second left remaining in the match. We have Team 1648 G3 Robotics successfully in the air with their alliance partner 1648, parking for 2 points for their alliance. And the scores are in. The winner is the Blue Alliance with a final match score of 134 to the Red Alliance's 99. The Blue Lions even earned 5 ranking points, 1 for barge points and another 1 for the autonomous portion. The Red Alliance will also earn that autonomous portion with the Eaglebots remaining in their position and 2 of the Blue Alliance's robots moving up in the ranks.
All right, let's go ahead and introduce our teams for this next match, starting on the Red Alliance with Team 5109.
Gladiator Robotics.
Right in the middle, we have Team 8849.
Storm Robotics.
And rounding out their alliance is Team 7538.
Meadow Mountain.
On the Blue Alliance is Team 6925.
WA Robotics.
Their partner is Team 6705.
Wildcat 5E.
And submerging with the Blue Alliance, Team 10482.
It's the Buzzbots.
All thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, It does not start. No start. All right, that's all thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off. All 6 robots moving on the field right now with Team 8849 and 5109 for the red lines, trying to get those coral on level 4. Neither one have did on it successfully, and on the blue lines, all 3 robots have just positioned themselves stationed around the reef. As we go in the teleop portion, the blue line takes that early lead as 8849 circles the reef as their alliance partner 5109 gets another coil from the human player station. Team 6925 WA Robotics removing an algae from the reef as on the red alliance 5109 Gladiator Robotics tries to see if they can place it all the way on level 4 for 5 points, which they successfully have. Team 7538 tried playing defense on the blue lines, but has got caught up on an algae. They have successfully rolled themselves off as Gladiator Robotics on the Red Alliance brings that coral all the way up to the ocean surface for level 4 for 5 points for their alliance. Their alliance partner, Team 8849 Storm Robotics, is working up a storm as they try to place these coral on top of the reef. Gladiator Robotics scoring another coral on top. Team 10482, the Buzzbots, trying to see if they get that coral on the trough for 2 points, but it was not quite enough. Team 6925, WA Robotics taking that algae inside of the processor for 6 points for their alliance, as Team 5109 Gladiator Robotics places another coral on top of the reef for 5 additional points. WA Robotics taking another algae right now as it's making its way down the ramp. The human player will pick it up and place it on top of the processor. Team 8849 Storm Robotics trying to remove another algae of their own as 5109 swoops in and places a coil just above where they removed. A little bit of a traffic jam on the Red Alliance as Team 6925 WA Robotics trying to see if they can remove that second to last algae from their reef as the 8849 makes their way back to the Red Alliance side of the field. 6925 is caught up on an algae. And it looks like they're maybe out for the rest of the match with only 37 seconds remaining in the match. We're neck and neck with only 5 points separating these two teams. Gladiator Robotics looks to extend their lead by getting their coral on top of the reef. Team 6705 Wildcat 5E get another coil from the human player station as their alliance partner WA Robotics circling the reef with the last 20 seconds of the match. The human player for the red side will start depositing those algae he'd been collecting through the match. With only 12 seconds left, only 12 points separate these two teams. The Buzzbots are in the air, tying up the game if they successfully stay. Team 8849, 7538 successfully parked. All 3 robots on, all 6 robots are parked under the barge with 10482 in the air. And that is all time we have for qualification match number 32. The scores are in. The winner is the Red Alliance with a final score of 98-90. The Blue Lions will earn those 2 ringing points, and the Red Alliance only earning the 3 for winning the match.
let's go ahead and introduce this next match. Starting on the red alliance with team 4468.
Lynx Robotics.
Right in the middle, team 5900.
The Fighting Mongooses.
And rounding out this alliance is team 6829.
Ignite Robotics.
Over on the blue alliance is team 5608.
Lassiter Robotics.
In the middle, 2974.
Walton Robotics.
And 2415.
Wired Cats.
All right, the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
The bots are off. The Fighting Mongooses go straight ahead, trying to get that coil on top of level 4. Ignite Robotics has positioned themselves on the other side of the coil reef as 2974. Walton Robotics placing 2, going for a 3rd. Their alliance partner 5608, Lassiter Robotics, successfully getting that coil on level 3 for 4 points for their alliance. Going in the teleop portion of the match, the blue alliance takes an early lead of 36 to the red alliance is 16. The Fighting Mongoose is knocking over that preset algae and coral as they make their way over to the human player feeder station. Ignite Robotics getting one from the other side as team 2415, the Wired Cats, trying to see if they can remove some more algae as Walton Robotics continues filling up the top coral for 5 points each as fast as they possibly can. Walton Robotics now doing their same to clean off the reef from all the algae. As Ignite Robotics on the red alliance place another coral on level 4 for 5 points. 5900, the Fighting Mongooses, seeing if they can get some coral from the human player station as 2974 races back to the feeder station to place some more coral on the other side of the reef. Team 2415, the Wired Cats, trying to go, making their way to human player station, adding some more coral. Team 5900, the Fighting Mongooses, have successfully lined themselves up to the human player, trying to see if they can get that coral into their arm. Not quite enough, and it falls down to the ocean floor. Ignite Robotics going all the way up to the top of the sea, placing another coral on level 4 for points for their alliance. Team 2415, the Wired Cats, have a coral in their possession and then line themselves up with the trough for 2 points for their alliance as Walton Robotics successfully gets another coral on level 2 for 3 points. Team 5900, the Fighting Mongooses, trying to get that coral on level 3, but it was not quite enough and falls down to the ocean floor. Team 4468, Lynx Robotics, are making their way to the other side of the reef with their coral in possession. 2974 continuing clearing the reef of algae and placing coral. With only 45 seconds remaining in the match, the Blue Lions has a commanding lead of 97 points, and the Red Lions is 42 points. The Blue Lions getting close to earning that coral ranking point, and they just need to complete a few more coral reef sections. Team 2415, the Wired Cats, line themselves up for another coral on the reef as their alliance partner Walton Robotics tries placing another coral on level 4, but it falls down on the ocean floor. Team 4468, Lynx Robotics, is successfully getting that coral in the trough for 2 points for their alliance. With only 20 seconds left remaining in the match, Team 6829, Ignite Robotics, is lining themselves up for a deep level climb as the Fighting Mongooses make their way to the Red Alliance side. 2974, Walton Robotics, depositing 2 algae into the processor for 6 points each. Ignite Robotics is in the air. Team 5608 has parked themselves under the Blue Alliance station as time expires. And the scores are in. The fish are swimming up to tell us that the winner is the Blue Alliance with a final match score of 142 to the Red Alliance's 64. The Blue Alliance successfully earned 4 ranking points, with the Red Alliance still earning ranking point for their autonomous section of the match. And a reminder that we are now going on our lunch break, so if you were in the next qualification match after lunch, which is qualification match 34, to queue by 12:45.
All right, teams, if you are a senior, teams, if you are a senior here today, we will be doing our senior photo at 12:45 down here at the field. We are doing our senior photo here at 12:45 here on the field, so make sure that you're here. If you are a senior this year, this is your last year in the FIRST Robotics program. Please and thank you. Attention teams. Remember, we will be doing our senior photo at 12:45. That is in 8 minutes. We are doing our senior photo at 12:45. That will be in 8 minutes. Please make sure to come by the field to be ready for senior photo. Please and thank you.
High school seniors, if you're in the stands, come to the Blue Alliance. The Blue Alliance. Colby. Oh, okay. All event photographers, please report to the field. When you're on the field, do not touch any field elements. Don't touch the reef. Do not touch the coral, the algae. Try to stay away from those things.
Please also remember field rules still do apply, so please don't be stepping over the field barriers. Please do not step over the field barriers, and please watch yourself if you're going in between these areas. Do not step over the field border wall.
All seniors in the stands, seniors in the pits, report to the field. You have 2 minutes.
While we're waiting for your other team members and seniors to come down to the field, if you guys actually look up at the screen, we actually have an alumni event for you guys happening on June 13th, happening at Johnson Research and Development for all of our new alumni as well as current alumni that are here at Georgia First. So when you guys finish up, if you guys look at the screen, there's a little QR code. If you fill out the form there, we'll give you a save the date for our Alumni After Hours event. I know. Last call for our seniors for our senior photo. Last call for our seniors for our senior photo. Please come down to the field so we can get you in our alumni photo. All right, guys, it's 12:45, so our photographers are going to get in their place. Parents, if you're here, coaches, if you're here and you want to get this photo, get on in it.
Actually, we're going to ask that parents, you can take a photo for sure, but just stay down while we get our photographers to take it. We have many cameras in the back, so all parents, student, if you could just take a seat for a little bit. And then, Colby, wave your hand. Wave high. There you go. Look at him. Got it? Everyone? Ready? 3,
right.
2. Colby,
right there,
keep
right
waving.
there, right there.
Say cheese.
Big smiles, big smiles, big smiles.
In 3, 2, 1, yell dive. 3, 2, 1. All right, keep standing, keep staying, keep staying.
All right, parents. Parents, get your photos.
Coaches, anybody else?
All right. All right. Well, any more photos? Oh, okay. Yeah, wait, get in. Go. There you go. Last second.
Ross, after hours QR code, please. Ross or Dallas or... There you go.
All right, so thank you, seniors. We're excited for you to join the First alumni family. On the screen there, we actually have a QR code. We're doing a big event for all of our alumni here at Georgia First. If you're going to be here June 13th, we're going to have an event down at Johnson Research and Development. If you take that QR code and go ahead and fill out the form there, we will send you an official invitation for you. So go ahead and get that and fill out that form. Yes, everywhere. Also, please make sure to watch yourself as you're coming off the field. We want to make sure there's no injuries as you guys are coming off the field. Teams should, after you guys get off the field, teams need to be ready to start queuing for their next matches, with matches starting back up at 1 p.m. Again, matches will be starting back up at 1 p.m., so go ahead and make sure that you are ready to go. Careful. 5219, please report to the field. 5219, please report to the field, please and thank you. All right, we are about to get back into the swing of things, going in after lunch, starting on the Red Alliance with Team 8080.
Sequoia Robotics.
Right in the middle, Team 7451.
Avenger Robotics.
Right on the end, Team 9260.
Built for Bib Robotics.
Coming over to the other side. Starting on the Blue Alliance's Team 5219.
Techno Squad.
Right in the middle, Team 6919.
The Commodores.
Right on the end, Team 5074.
The Robo Mustangs.
All right, looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
And welcome back under the sea after that lunch break. We got all 6 robots moving on the field right now, starting with 7451, getting that coral for the Red Alliance on top of level 4 for 5 points for their alliance, as well as their alliance partner Team 8080 getting a second, and 7451 getting a third for their total alliance. Team 5074, the Robo Mustangs, scoring a coral in the trough, 3 points as with their alliance partner Team 6919 getting 2 coral on level 4. Team 7451 Avenger Robotics continuing scoring those coral on top of level 4 for 5 points for each additional one. 8080 falling behind as Avenger Robotics takes an algae from the reef and depositing it into the net for 4 points. Team 8080 Sequoia Robotics trying to get some coral right now from Human Player Station along with Avenger Robotics. Sequoia has successfully placed it on level 4. They're about halfway through filled with that top of the coral reef. Team 5074, the Robo Mustang, continuing scoring those coral in the trough for 2 points each. Team 6919, the Commodores, continuing getting those coral on top of level 4 as Avenger Robotics places another algae inside the net. Team 7451, Avenger Robotics, getting another coral on top of level 4 right now with their alliance partner, Team 8080, completing the top of level 4. 7451 starts completing level 3, as on the blue line, Team 5219 seems to be stuck by the processor. Their alliance partner, the Commodores, continuing placing the coral on top of level 4 for 5 points each, with their alliance partner, the Robo Mustangs. Also seem to be stuck by Human Player Station. Only one robot moving on blue lines right now. All three still moving for red. With only 1 minute left remaining in the match, the blue line is trailing 70 points to the red line's 116 points. Avenger Robotics continuing filling out the reef in a spiral fashion. They're halfway through to that coral reef ranking point as 8080 continues making their way, scoring some more coral on level 3 for 4 points for their alliance. 7451 Avenger Robotics gets another coral from the seafloor, depositing it onto the coral reef. Team 6919 trying to get some more coral of their own to deposit on the reef. With only 30 seconds left remaining in the match, Team 7451 Avenger Robotics getting their coral in the trough for 2 points. 80 Sequoia Robotics gets another coral from the feeder station to try to bring it over to the reef. In the last 20 seconds of the match, the Commodores are attempting for a climb. The Red Alliance has a commanding lead of 149 to the Blue Alliance's 88. Avenger Robotics also is going to be attempting the climb. These teams need to get 14 points to get the barge ranking points. Team 6919 is trying to climb, but they are unsuccessful at the moment. Avenger Robotics is seeing if they can get up, and looks like they are in the air. 5219 has decided to park themselves inside the barge, and it looks like they'll be earning a foul for that. And that is all the time we have for qualification match number 34. And the score in, the winner is the Red Alliance with a final match score of 177 to the Blue Alliance is 90. The Red Alliance is going to earn 5 ranking points, and the Blue Alliance is still going to earn that 1 ranking point for their automation program. Team 6919 will drop down to the 11th seed along with 5074 to the 21st. With Sequoia moving up to 12, Avengers moving up to 14th, and Build for Bid moving up to 6th.
All right.
right, going into our next match, starting on the Red Alliance with Team 832.
Oscar!
Right here in the middle, Team 9480.
It's the Gear Bears.
And right on the end, Team 1261.
The Robo Lions.
Coming over to the other side, to the Blue Lions. First up, we have Team 6944.
The Wolverines.
Right in the middle, Team 1002.
Circuit Robotics.
Currently ranked #1 is Team 1771.
North Gwinnett Robotics.
All right, looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
And the butts are off. All throws moving on the field right now, starting in the Red Alliance, Team 1261, the Robo Lions, placing that first coil for the Red Alliance with 9480, the Gear Bears, right behind them. On the blue line, Team 1771, North Gwinnett Robotics has already placed 3 coral, and they're going for a 4th. With their alliance partner, Circuit Robotics, helping their alliance, placing 1 coral on top of level 4. Going the teleop period, the blue line takes an early lead of 44 to the Red Alliance's 30. Team 1261, the Robo Lions, trying to see if they can get back up by placing the coral on level 4 for 5 points. North Gwinnett Robotics tries bouncing an algae into the top of the net for 4 points, but it's not quite enough and bounces out to the Red Alliance side. Oscar places 1 for the red. North Gwinnett again is unsuccessful in placing an algae inside the net. Oscar, however, is trying to is removing another algae from the coral reef as the Gear Bears get another coral from the human player station. Team 6944, the Wolverines, putting another algae inside the net inside the processor for 6 points for their alliance. Team 1771, North Gwinnett Robotics, continuing getting those coral on level 3 for 4 points each, with their alliance partner 1002 completing the level 4. Oscar's now is trying to deposit their 3rd one, but it's not quite enough. Hits the railing and falls back down to Bikini Bottom. Team 9480, the Gear Bears, continuing placing those coral, completing the level in its entirety. We are halfway through the match. The Blue Lions is leading 103 to the Red Alliance's 88. Oscar looks to catch back up by getting another 4 points for putting another algae inside their net. The Gear Bears trying to get some more coral on the coral reef as the Robo Lions getting their coral from the seafloor. Team 6944, the Wolverines, placing another coral on level 3 for 4 points for their alliance as a human player for red, placing another an algae inside the net. Team 1261, the Robo Lions, getting their coral right now onto their level 3 for 4 points. 9480, the Gear Bears, almost got it temporarily, had a coral stuck in their chassis, but they quickly got it out. Team 1771 continues filling out that coral at the coral reef as fast as they possibly can. In the last 30 seconds match, only 21 points separate these 2 teams. We are getting close to a new high score. Only 50 points left to go. Team 9480, the Gear Bears, getting their coral from the human player station, trying to see if they can deposit it on the coral reef, but they decide they're going to go try to climb. They're climbing alongside Team 832. 1261, the Robo, going to see if they get a few more coral in the last 10 seconds of the match. The Blue Lions is up to 162 with North Gwinnett off the ground in Macon, Georgia. And the scores are in. The winner is the Blue Alliance with a score of 182 to the Red Alliance's 159. North Gwinnett will remain on top, earning 6 ranking points for their alliance. The Red Alliance still earned 2 ranking points, one for their autonomous portion of the match, and another one for earning at least 12 points under the 14 points under the barge.
All right. Next match up. Starting on the Red Alliance, we have Team 1833.
Team Bean.
Right in the middle, Team 8100.
Grayson Robotics.
And rounding out this alliance is Team 9477.
Lambda.
Moving over to the Blue Alliance's Team 3635.
The Flying Legion.
Team 5293.
It's the Metal Crusaders.
And 1414.
Who's hot?
All right, looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
And welcome back to the deep. We got all 6 rows moving the field for you. Starting in the Red Alliance, Team 1833, Team Bean, getting that first core match on top of level 4 for 7 points for their alliance. Team 1414, IHOT has positioned themselves for now at the start of the match with their alliance partner, Team 5293, the Metal Raiders, trying to get that algae off of their coil reef. Team 1833, Team Bean, immediately getting that next coral of the match on top of level 4 for 5 for their alliance. Team 8100, Sequoia Robotics is getting ready to place a coral on top of level 4. Can they get it? They went the wrong way, but they looks like they may have it. Yes, they do. Team 1833, Team Bean already getting another coral on top of level 4 with under 2 minutes left to make the match. IHOT is trying to shoot some algae over towards the barge, bringing them all the way to the Red Alliance side. We got Lambda right now lining themselves up with the net, seeing if they can get it. Seeing the lines up, we have some bumper issues on Lambda's side, but Team 1833 continues getting those coral on top of the coral reef. The 100's Grayson Robotics getting some coral right now from the human player station as Team Bean continuing processing all of those coral onto the reef. Lambda continues shooting those algae into the net for 4 points for everyone successfully in. Team Bean now getting in their coral on level 2 for 3 points for their alliance. They're going to be going for that ranking point this match. We are halfway through with the Red Alliance taking an early lead of 84 points to the Blue Alliance's 43 points. Lambda trying to extend that lead by trying to get another algae inside the net, but unfortunately it has bounced out. They are lined up for their next shot. Can they make it successfully for a third time? Yes, they can. Team 1414 IHOT trying to get some more algae into the processor. They're depositing their fun of the match as Lambda tries for a 5th shot in the net, but it's not quite enough to stay in. The Red Alliance is still in the lead of 114 points with Lambda trying to shoot for another 4 points. Yes, they can. The human player is throwing some pre-processed algae into the net as well. Team 1414 IHOT looking to try to see if they can get some more algae into the processor to keep up. Lambda shoots another one, and it's good for another 4 points. Team 3635, the Flying Lemur Coral from the human player station as the Metal Crusaders continue piling all those coral on top of the reef. Lambda going for another shot. It's good. With 23 seconds left remaining the match. These teams are all continuing to score as many points as they can on the reefs. Team Bean and 8100 almost completed that level 4 in the last 15 seconds of the match. We have 109 points for the Red Alliance. The human players getting more and more algae into the top. They're all the way up to 15 algae with 176 points. With Bean is in the air with 9477 parks and 8100 also parked. There'd be a new event high score. On the Blue Alliance, we had Team 3635 and 5293 also parked for the Blue Alliance. And that is all the time. Qualification match number 36. The scores are in. The win is the Red Alliance with a match score. A new district high score of 197 to the Blue Alliance's 115 points. The Red Alliance successfully earned all 6 ranking points, and the Blue Alliance still earning 2. Team Bean is going to remain in the 2nd seed, and Lambda going up to 10th, with Grayson going up to 28th.
All right, let's go ahead and introduce our teams, starting off on the Red Alliance with Team 4188.
The Columbus Space Program.
Right in the middle, it's Team 4026.
It's the Cater Robotics.
And right on the end is Team 1083.
The Techno Titans.
Over on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 8865.
The Decula Droids.
In the center, 6340.
The Maris Manatees.
And 3318.
The Robo Dragons.
All right, the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
All 6 robots are swimming on the field right now, starting the Red Alliance. Team 4026, Decatur Robotics, successfully scoring the first coral for their alliance on level 4 for 5 points. As on the other side, we have Team 6340, the Mercer Manatees, getting a coral on level 4 for 7 points for their alliance, trying for a second one, but it's not quite successful. As we go in the teleop portion of the match, the Red Alliance has that early lead of 26 points, and the Blue Alliance is 16 points. Decatur Robotics following behind with another coral on top of level 4. With their alliance partner, the Techno Titans, trying for another one, but was not quite successful. 4188 Tech, the space program, trying to shoot an algae inside the net. Looks like it may be caught up into their climber, or into their elevator. Team 4026, Decatur Robotics, getting another coral on level 4 for 5 points, with the Techno Titans falling behind for another 5. Team 3318, the Robo Dragons, depositing another coral onto the reef right now, with their alliance partner, the Mercer Manatees, swimming along, getting another coral on top of level 4. Team 4026, Decatur Robotics, trying to get another coral on top of level 3, but not quite enough and falls down to the ocean surface. Columbus Space Program has got their algae unstuck from their robot as another coral rolls all the way through the Blue Lion side. Team 4026, Decatur Robotics, trying to get their coral off the seafloor right now as their alliance partner, the Techno Titans, deposit another coral on top of level 3 for 4 additional points. The Columbus Space Gremlins blasting off to the surface of the ocean, getting their first algae into the net for 4 points. With only 1 minute left to go neck and neck, the Blue Line takes the lead of 82 points. The Red Lions is back in the lead of 84. These teams are going back and forth. Only 2 points separate these 2 teams right now. Columbus Space Program looks tied up, 88 to 88. Techno Titans getting another coral right now on top of level 4 for 5 additional points for their alliance as 88-65 races across the sea over under the barge. Team 3318, the Robo Dragons, trying to get some more coral onto that trough for 2 points each. Team 1683, the Techno Titans, are getting another coral right now from the Human Player Station as the Columbus Space Program lines themselves up with the net. Can they get it? Yes, they can with a little love tap. Oh no, it's bounced out. Team 3318, the Robo Dragons, getting in their coral right now from the Human Player Station. We have Team 6340, the Mercer Manatees, have tipped over against the barge, or against the coral reef. The Columbus Space Program has deposited another algae into the net. With only 20 seconds left, the Red Alliance is in the lead of 117 points, and the Blue Lions is 100. Team 4026 is now in the air, it looks like. Team 4188, Columbus Space Program, is trying to deposit one last algae. After a couple bounces, it remains in. Techno's off the air. We got 2 robots in here for red, 1 in the blue. That would be the Robo Must. That would be Team 3318. And we are all out of time for qualification match number 37. the scores are in. The fisherman from the deep to tell us that the winner is the Red Alliance, with a final match score of 152 to the Blue Alliance's 112. The Red Alliance is going to earn 5 of those 6 ranking points, with the Blue Alliance unfortunately earning none.
All right, let's go ahead and introduce our next match, starting on the Red Alliance with Team 95-22.
Archimedes.
Right in the middle, Team 60-23.
The Disc Bots.
Right on the end, Team 44-68.
Lynx Robotics.
Over on the Blue Alliance's team, 10-3-76.
The Plutonium Panthers.
In the middle, team 29-74.
Walton Robotics.
And 67-05.
Wildcat 5E.
They all have preloads. It's that side.
All right, the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And the fish are swimming. Team 44-68 Lynx Robotics getting in a coral on top of level 4 for 7 points for their alliances. Team 95-22 Archimedes is getting ready in the coral station. Team 29-74 Walton Robotics getting a 3rd coral on top of the reef for 21 points in total. The Blue Line takes a commanding lead of 33 points to the Red Alliance at 16 points. Team 44-68 Lynx Robotics is going over to the coral station, trying to get in the coral from the human player as the 23 Disc Bots place another coral on top of the reef. Team 95-22 Archimedes grabbing a algae from the seafloor, seeing if they can put it in the processor for 6 points. Team 6705 Wildcat 5E making their way over toward the reef, trying to get clear those algae for Walton Robotics to come through, place those coral. Team 60-23, the Disc Bots, continue getting some more coral from the human player station as their alliance partner Archimedes depositing a 2nd algae inside the processor. Walton Robotics being an algae of their own as their alliance partner Wildcat 5E seems to be caught up on an algae while trying to place a coral onto the reef. Team 10-3-76. Plutonium Panthers getting those into the trough for 2 points. Team 60-23 Disc Bots getting their coral right now on top of level 4. It looks like it was not quite enough and falls down. And unfortunately, it will not be enough for the trough points as either. Walton Robotics can look like they're trying to earn that coral point right now, as their alliance partner Wildcat 5E continues depositing those coral on level 2 and level 3. Team 60-23, the Disc Bots, place another coral right now on reef. Looks like it's going to fall back down. With only 1 minute left remaining in the match, the Blue Alliance has a commanding lead of 107 points to the Red Alliance's 59. Team 44-68 Lynx Robotics is lined up with the trough right now as Team 60-23, the Disc Bots, make their way back over all the way up to level 4 for 5 additional points. Team 29-74 continuing scoring points for their alliance as the Red Alliance team gets some more coral of their own. Team 95-22 Archimedes are trying to get another algae over by the drivers, but they decide to go for another one to put it into the processor. Team 44-68 Lynx is getting another coral right now over near the trough as Walton Robotics on the Blue Alliance getting some more coral all the way up to level 4 for additional points for their alliance. In the last 20 seconds of the match, Walton Robotics has successfully earned that coral ranking point. Team 9522 Archimedes is trying to get an algae into the processor with only 8 seconds left remaining. 4468 makes their way to underneath the barge. Walton Robotics getting some algae processor. And that is all the time we have for qualification match number 38. And the scores are in. Fisher coming from the deep to tell us that the winner is the Blue Alliance with a final match score of 153 to the Red Alliance's 103. Blue Alliance will earn 5 ranking points, while Robotics remaining in third, the ranking point for the autonomous portion of the match.
All right, let's go ahead and introduce our teams for this next match, starting on the Red Alliance with Team 8736.
The Mechanisms.
Right in the middle, Team 5074.
The Robo Mustang.
Right on the end, Team 8859.
Storm Robotics.
Over on the Blue Alliance with Team 8080.
Sequoia Robotics.
5900.
The Fighting Mongooses.
And 5109.
Gladiator Robotics.
All right, the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And the fish have started swimming. Team 5109 has put themselves underneath the barge even more, while the Red Alliance Team 8736 and 5074 have positioned themselves in front of the reef. Not a lot moving from the Blue Alliance rest side right now, as that is the end of the autonomous portion of the match. 8736 looking like they're going to try to put that coral, they had their preloaded coral on top of the reef as their Alliance part Team 5074 trying to place that coral in the trough for 2 points. Team 5109 Gladiator Robotics taking another coral on top of level 4 right now for 5 additional points. Team 5074, the Robo Mustangs spinning that for trough for 2 points. Their alliance partner 8849 Storm Robotics is working up a storm, getting that while trying to get that coral on top of the reef for 5 points. Team 5074, the Robo Mustangs, continuing to deposit as many coral as they can on that trough. Team 5109 Gladiator Robotics getting their 5th coral of the match on top of level 4. Team 8849 Storm Robotics trying to see if they can get another coral on top of level 4. Team 5074, the Robo Mustangs, continue getting as many corals as they can on there, while the human player from the Red Alliance puts a algae inset for 4 points for their alliance. Team 5900, the Fighting Mongooses, are fighting to get another algae in the processor for 6 points for their alliance. The mechanism slowly makes their way over to start playing some defense against the Blue Alliance. The Fighting Mongooses are fighting against the mechanisms to get some more coral onto the coral reef. Team 5074, the Robo Mustangs, continuing piling those coral one on top of another as their alliance partner Storm Robotics grabbing another coral from the coral station to bring it over onto the coral reef. Team 5900 is in a traffic jam with 8736 and 8080. 8080 escapes and is trying to get another coral on level 4. Can they do it? 5109 has also lined themselves up. 5109 has successfully placed it. 8080 still line themselves up as they retract their arm. Team 5074, the Robo Mustangs, trying to get their coral on the trough, but it's not quite enough. In the last 30 seconds of the match, we're still pretty close. The Blue Alliance has a slight lead of 68 points to their Red Alliance is 54. Team 8849, Storm Robotics, is lined up for the coral reef. Can they place that coral on for 5 points? They're still lining themselves up. 5900 has made their way over to the Red Alliance side and possibly start making some defense. In the last 15 seconds of the match, the Fighting Mongooses are trying for a shallow hang for 6 points as their alliance partner 09 deposits one more coral on the coral reef with 6 seconds left remaining in the match. We only have 2 rods on the barge right now, 5900 and 86. 5074 joins them for another 2 points of parking. And that is all the time we have in Qual 39. And the scores are in. The fish are coming from the deep to tell us that the winner is the Blue Alliance with a final match score of 87-71. The Blue Alliance earning those 3 winning ranking points, with the Red Alliance still earning that 9 for the autonomous portion of the match.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have another match on our hands. Starting on the Red Alliance, we have Team 6829.
Ignite Robotics.
Right in the middle, Team 8866.
Innovation Robotics.
And rounding out this alliance is Team 1002.
Circuit Runner Robotics.
Leading the Blue Alliance is Team 2415.
It's the Cats.
In the center, 9260.
Currently undefeated, it's Build 4 Bib Robotics.
In 6944.
The Wolverines.
we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. Match begins in 3, 2, 1, go.
We have once again emerged to see these robots fight against each other. Team 6829 Ignite Robotics has positioned themselves out of the way for Team 1002 and 8866 to try to put some coral on top of the reef. Who successfully gets a coral on top of level 4 for 5 points. And on the blue line, Team 6944, the Wolverines have placed themselves in front of the reef to place them as soon as we start in the tell-you portion of the match. At the end of the tell-you period, we're still neck and neck. Only 3 points separate these two teams. Ignite Robotics is in the feeder station with no human player in sight. Human player makes their way back over as Team 1002 goes to get some coral of their own. 8866 Innovation Robotics trying to get another coral on top of the coral reef right now as 6944 the Wolverines on the blue lions placed another coral on level 4 for 5 additional points. Build for Bib getting their coral of their own on top of the reef for 5 additional points. 6944 the Wolverines line themselves up to the ocean surface trying to get another coral on top of the reef. Can they get it? Yes, they can. Build for Dim falls behind with another one as on the Red Alliance. Ignite Robotics getting their 5th coral of the game onto the coral reef. With only 90 seconds left remaining in the match, only 2 points separate these two teams. Team 8866 Innovation Robotics getting their coral from the coral station to bring it over to the coral reef as the circuit runners are running their circuits to place some more coral on top of the reef. Innovation Robotics has innovated by going to the top of the reef for another 5 points for their Lions. Team 2415, the Wildcats, trying to pick some coral off the surface of the sea right now as Build for Bib trying to coral on level 4 for 5 additional points. In the last minute of the match, we're still neck and neck. Only 1 point separate these two teams right now. 6829 Ignite Robotics removing an algae right now, almost in the process of removing coral, but it stayed on. Team 9260 Build for Bib trying to look to defend their undefeated streak right now in the tournament by trying to get their coral on top of the reef, but unfortunately it falls to the trough on the other side for 2 points for their Lions. Team 6944 the Wolverines are clawing away at an algae right now to get in order to place a coral for 4 points on level 3. Team 6829 Ignite Robotics is at the human player station trying to get their coral on the reef. As they line themselves up, they accidentally bump 8866 who just placed a coral of their own. Between the two, they just earned 8 points for their alliance. In the last 20 seconds of the match, the Red Alliance is in lead of 103 to the Blue Lions is 94. Team 6829 Ignite Robotics is lining up for a deep sea climb. 8866 Innovation Robotics continuing feeding those coral on top of the reef. Team 6944, the Wolverines getting some more coral from the human player station with the last 5 seconds. Only 2 points separate these teams in the air. Ignite is in the air. 24, no, robots parked. The Blue Lions is currently 6 points in the lead, but we'll have to wait to see what these parking is going to do to the final scores. The scores are in, and the winner for Qualification match number 41 is the Red Alliance with a final match score of 127 to the Blue Lions is 115. The Blue Lions still earn that 1 ranking point for the autonomous match, with the Red Alliance earning 5 ranking points.
All right, let's go ahead and introduce this next match, starting on Red Alliance with Team 6919.
The Commodores.
Right in the middle, Team 1414.
IHOT.
Right on the end, Team 6925.
WA Robotics.
Over on the Blue Alliance's Team 1648.
G3 Robotics.
Team 3344.
It's the Space Dragons.
And 1261.
The Robo Lions.
We got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And the bots are off. Team 1261, the Rebel Lions on the Blue Line, scoring that first quarrel of the game. On top of level 4 for 7 points for their alliance. 925, WA Robotics to position themselves in front of the reef as the Commodores continuing placing those coral in the autonomous section. They're going for the second one, but there's not quite enough time in the autonomous portion. Only 3 points separate these two teams going into the portion with Team 1414 IHOT looking to get some more coral from station, deposit it onto the reef. The Commodores have lined themselves up as the IHOT is waiting behind them. The Rebel Lions continuing placing those coral on top of level 4 for 5 points each. Team 1260, Team 1648 G3 Robotics trying to get some more coral on top of the reef right now. They're going all the way up to level 4 for 5 points. Yes, they can. Team 1414 IHOT trying to shoot some algae into the net, but they take a break to get some coral onto the coral reef. The Commodores continue completing that top section of the reef, getting their coral for 5 additional points. Team 3344, the Space Dragons, have themselves on the Red Alliance side playing defense against the Commodores, and now IHOT. Team 6925, WA Robotics, seeing if they can try to get some coral onto the coral reef as the Rebel Lions try to get some more coral on top. Team 1648, G3 Robotics, is going all the way up to the surface of the sea along with Rebel Lions. Both miss and fall to the bottom of the sea. 6919, the Commodores shove 3344 out of the way to get some coral from the human player station. IHOT is looking hot by getting some more coral on top of in the third section of the reef for 4 points for their Lions. WA Robotics now trying to get removing that algae to give it to put they're going for 2, they're going for 3, their third one bounces out, but they make their fourth shot. bringing their total score all up to 87 with the Red Alliance sitting at 107. With only 40 seconds remaining in the match, Team 6925 WA Robotics getting some more coral from the human player station now as 3344 continues defending one of the human player stations against the Commodores. Team 1648, the G3 Robotics getting some more coral on level 3 for 4 points each with their in the Robo Alliance help. Looks like they're trying to go for that coral ranking point with only 20 seconds left remaining in the match. We are still neck and neck, only 12 points separate these two teams. 33-44, the Space Dragons are looking to try for a deep climb. The Commodores are in the air. 33-44, Space Dragons are in the air. 69-25 is getting themselves parked for 2 points. 16-48, G3 Robotics is trying to climb. Only 1 point separate these two teams right now. All 6 robots are underneath the barge right now. 16-48, 33-44, and 69-19 are all in the air. We'll have to wait for the final scores to see who will win this match. And the scores are in. The winner is going to go to the Blue Alliance with a final score of 104 to 144. Separated by only 3 points, the Blue Alliance takes the victory, earning a total of 5 ranking points, bringing the Robo Alliance all the way up to the 4th seed and G3 up to 7th.
All right, beginning qualification match number 42. Starting on the Red Alliance is Team 9477.
Lambda.
In the center, 3635.
The Flying Legion.
And 4026.
Decatur Robotics.
Over on the Blue Alliance is 5219.
Techno Squad.
The current number 1 seed, 1771.
North Gwinnett Robotics.
And 5293.
The Meadow Crusaders.
right, we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
These bots are swimming. Team 3635, the Flying Legion, making way for Lambda to move themselves in front of the bar, in front of the coral reef as 4026. Decatur Robotics placing 2 coral on top of the reef, going for a 3rd. As on the blue lines, we see 1771 going for a 4th coral, with 5293, the Metal Crusaders getting 1. The 1771 already getting that next coral on top of the reef, taking the lead of 41 points. The Red Alliance is 28. Team 3635, the Flying, more algae on top of the reef right now. Has 4026, the Decatur Robotics, see if they can get some coral on top of the reef for 5 points for their alliance. Team 3635 Legion trying to get some more coral all the way up on level 4 for 5 additional points. Lambda trying to get some algae into the net. Quickly caught on the algae, but get off just as quick. Team 5219, the Techno Squad, is trying to see if they can make them. 5293, the Metal Crusaders, trying to remove that algae right now to put it into the processor. Team 9477, Lambda shoots and unfortunately bounces to the other side of the sea. Lambda once again is lining him up for the shot. It's for another 4 points. Team 4026, Decatur Robotics, gets another 5 points by getting a coral on level 4, with Lambda following for another 4 points, getting another algae into the net. They're lining themselves up for a 4th shot as Team 5290 Crusaders continuing filling out level 3 of the coral reef, earning 4 points for each one successfully added. Team 3635 Legion getting another coral and trying to remove an algae right now with only 1 minute left remaining in the match. With the Blue Alliance is in the lead of 111 to the Red Alliance is 77. Team 1771, North Gwinnett Robotics, continuing filling out level 4 for 5 points each. As the Metal Crusaders continue getting some more coral on level 3, North Gwinnett follows with another on top of level 4 for 5 additional points. 9477 Lambda has placed 7 algae now inside of their net for 4 points each, and they're going for an 8th. As 3635, the Flying Legion, lines themselves up for another coral onto the reef. On the blue line, 17-7 Gwinnett Robotics gets another coral on level 4 for 5 points as Lambda shoots and scores another algae for 4 additional points for their alliance. The Metal Crusaders now lining themselves up for another coral on the reef as 1771 in underneath the barge for a deep sea climb. Lambda tries and shoots for a 9th, but it's not quite enough with only 10 seconds left remaining in the match. 2 coral by their processor as 4026, the Decatur Robotics going for a climb. Lambda shoots and scores a 9th one. Human player adding another 2 right now as time goes. 1771 is in the air. And now the time we have for qualification match number 42 here at the District Championships in Macon, Georgia.
All right, let's take a look at those scores. And blue takes the match with the score of 158 to 137 to the Blue Alliance. 1771 retains their #1 ranking. 5293 moving up to 5219, moving up to 34. All of the Red Alliance drops 9477 to 15, 4026 to 18, and 3635 to 39. Those ranking points, 6 ranking points to the Blue Alliance and 1 to the Red. That was match number 42 of a total of 90 matches here at the Peachtree District State Championship presented by Mercer University.
And it's time for match number 43, starting off our Red Alliance with Team 1683.
It's the Techno Titans, currently at rank 5.
Their partners, Team 7451.
It's Avenger Robotics.
And completing the Red Alliance, Team 6023.
It's Disbots.
Side is Team 7538.
That's Metal Mountain.
9480.
The Gear Bears.
And 9522.
It's Archimedes.
All right, the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and we have action from all robots here on the field. On the Red Alliance, we have 3 going up, but only 2 getting onto the L4 level. Over on the other side, Team Fit or with Gear Bears going ahead, trying to grab a piece, and it looks like they weren't able to grab a piece of coral. It's 37-20 to the Red Alliance currently. Over on the Red Alliance side, Team 7451 Avenger Robotics goes up and scores on L4. And Team 6083 trying to score on an already scored a piece of the reef. Over on the Blue Alliance side, they go up and they don't score for the Blue Alliance. 95-22, Archimedes going ahead and scoring on L1. Gear Bears going up again to go ahead and try to score on L4, and they do. They score. It's 54-30 to the Red Alliance currently. Team 1683 trying to get over to the reef, but Team 7538 Middleton playing defense on them. Team 1683 goes up and scores on L4. Team 9480 also scores for the Blue Alliance. 78-38 to the Red Alliance. Over on the other side, we have Team 6023 Disbots able to score 1 on L3. Team 1683 and 75-8. There is a lot of defense being played, but 1683 able to score. Going over to the other scoring station, 9480 Gear Bears getting stuck on a piece of algae, but they're able to get away from it. Over on the other side, Team 6023 going ahead and grabbing a piece of coral. 75-38 being relentless on defense against the Red Alliance. But we'll see if it makes up for anything in the final score. Team 1683 able to grab a piece of algae, and it looks like they're going to go up and score in the barge for the Red Alliance. Over on the other side, 9480 Gear Bears trying to score L4, but they are not successful. Over on the other side, Disbots trying to score on L3, and it doesn't go up. 1683 able to compensate with the score on L4. Over on the other side, 95-22 Archimedes able to go to the feeding station, able to grab a piece, goes up, and it looks like they score on L1 for the Blue Alliance. Coming down, right about 23 seconds left in this match. 74-54 on the L1 for the Red Alliance, with 1683 helping them out. 90 Gear Bears already hanging. Oh, it looks like they're back down for the Blue Alliance. It looks like everyone's getting ready for the last piece of this game, with 74-51 getting for the Red Alliance and 60-23. Disbots able to also get under 4 minutes as well. We have, it looks like all 6 robots under the barge for the Red and Blue Alliances. We'll see how it works out in the scores for match number 43. Look at these scores. And the Red Alliance takes that match with a score of 135 to 86. It looks like 1683, even with 4 ranking points, drops down to 8. But 7451 Avenger Robotics goes up to 9 with 6023, moving up to 40. Unfortunately, on the Blue Alliance, all 3 of them drop with that 1 ranking point. 7538 moves down to 41. 9480 Gear Bears moves down to 18. And 9522 Archimedes moves down to 42.
And it's time for match number 44, starting off our Red Alliance with Team 3318.
It's the Robo Dragons.
Their partners, Team 5608.
It's Lassiter Robotics.
And completing the Red Alliance, Team 8100.
It's Grayson Robotics.
And joining them under the sea on the Blue Lines, we have Team 3329.
Wild Bots.
Next up in the middle, it's Team 10376.
Plutonium Panthers.
And completing the alliance, it's 6340.
The Maris Mantites.
Field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and all robots are moving. And we have some scoring starting. Maris trying to score on L4, but it doesn't go in. Team 3318 Robo Dragons able to score on L1. With 5 seconds left, 30 going for a buzzer beater, and it looks like they may have just scored right at the end. Over on the Blue Line side, we have 2 Coral up on the L4. Currently right now, with right about 2 minutes left, Blue has a little bit of a lead, 31 to 21. Over on the other side, 8100 Grayson Robotics trying to score on L4, and they do. 5608 Lassiter Robotics trying to compensate as well. Looks like they score on L1 for the team, but it looks like it falls right off. But Robo Dragons able to compensate. Over on the other side, Maris Manatees able to grab it and throw it off from the reef, and able to score on L3 as well. 1 minute, 40 seconds left. Blue still with the lead with 55 to 32. 8100 able to score on L4, and 5608 trying to go ahead and score another onto L1. Currently right now, 8100 going up, and it looks like they're going to try to score on L4, and they do. Over on the other side, Team 329 trying to score, and it looks like it drops to the ocean floor. Team 6340 able to score on L1 for the Blue Alliance. Team 3318 trying to get their way around and get over to the feeding station. Team 5608 Lassiter Robot trying to go ahead and throw that algae off, and they do. 8100 going up to go ahead and try to score a piece of coral, and they do on L4. Over on the Blue Lions side, we have a bunch of movement. Team 6340 Mares Manatees able to go ahead and drop another piece of coral off on their reef for the Blue Lions. It's 84 to 60 to the Blue Lions still. Team 3318 Robo Drag is able to drop another off 40 on L1 for the Red Alliance. 608 Lassiter also able to score one on L3 for the Red Alliance well. Over on the other side, 3329 going up to try to go ahead and score a piece of coral, looks like on L4, and they do along with the 340 Mares Manatees. Coming down right about to our end game. Blue still has a little bit of a lead, but we'll see what the Red Alliance can do during this period. Team 8100 able to score along with Team 58 over on the other side. Team 3329 scoring for the Blue Alliance. Now everyone is rushing under the barge to get there before time expires. Seconds left, a buzzer beater, and 8100 not able to make it under the barge, but we have some robots underneath for the Blue Alliance. We'll see how it works out for match number 44 of a total of 90 here at the Peachtree State Championship, presented by Mercer University. And let's take a look at those scores. And the Blue Alliance takes the match with a score of 128 to 88. Now with that match, 10-376 Blue Panthers able to move up to 9. Team 6340 Mares Manatees moving up to 18, and 3329 Wildbots moving up to 34. Unfortunately, all three robots on the Red Alliance drop down. That was match number 44.
And it's time for match number 45, starting off with Team 8865.
It's the Cula Droids.
Their partners, Team 1833.
It's Team Bean.
And completing the Red Alliance, Team 832.
Oscar, Oscar, Oscar! It's Oscar!
On 3112.
The Eagle Bots.
Their partners, Team 4188.
Columbus Space Program.
And completing the Blue Alliance, Team 10482.
Ranked 6 is currently BuzzBots.
Field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and we have movement from all robots. Team 1833, Team Bean, able to grab a piece of coral. Looks like they're going for their second. They do. Over on the other side, Team 4112, able to score on L4. But 1833, Team Bean on their third piece of coral. Looks like they're going for their fourth. They're not able to make it. But Red still comes out with a little bit of a 10-point lead going into teleoperated period. Team 30-2 Oscar going ahead and trying to score on L4 for the Red Alliance, and they do. 4188 Columbus Space Program able to get a piece of algae into the barge for the Blue Alliance. And it looks like 4188, they're going to go up, and just pop it right into the barge, and they score. And right now it is 45-41, 49-43. A little bit of a lead to the Red Alliance still. And Red Alliance between 1833 Team Bean and 832 Oscar. Over on this other side, 10-482 able to score a piece of coral onto the L. Gonna go ahead and score another for the Blue Alliance. While 4188 Columbus Space Program is just grabbing the pieces of algae and throwing them up into the blue barge. 8865 Tequila Droids, not to be outmatched. Looks like they're going to go ahead and try to score one themselves for the Red Alliance. And looks like 8865 look to go ahead and get in position. Oh, and it just drops out from their manipulator. With right about a minute left, Red still with a little bit of a lead, but it's changing constantly with a 4-point differential. And another one goes up for the Blue Alliance, and Blue is so close to taking the lead here. But Red Alliance with 832 scoring another on the L4. Right now, 102.95 still to the Red. Going up, 41.88, and they pop it in, and oh, it bounces back out. Blue Alliance, 41.12, Eaglebots going up and scoring on L4 for the Blue Alliance. Over on the other side, 8.32, Oscar. Looks like they're going to try to score on L4 for the Red Alliance, and it just drops out from the robot. But 41.88 able to get that game piece back for the algae and able to score as well. While their human player also scoring as of algae with 20 seconds left. It looks like to be right about a 6-point differential between these two alliances. And 41.88 going for the final, and it just pops right over the barge. With right about 6 seconds left, everyone getting into position, trying to go ahead and hang. 18.33 to 8.32 are airborne, while 10.482 also airborne for the Blue Alliance. We'll see how the scores work out for match number 45 of total 90 matches. Our scores. Red takes the match with a score of 137. 5 breaking points goes to the Red Alliance. 18.33. Team Bean still retains their number 2 ranking, while 832 moves up to 41. 8865 Tequila Droids moves up to 3. Unfortunately, in blue, all of them drop. However, Team 10.482 still in alliance captain position at number 8. Both on 12 drops down to 45, and 4188 drops down to 24.
And it's time for match number 46, starting off our Red Alliance with Team 8866.
It's Innovation Robotics.
Their partners, Team 1414.
Who's hot? It's iHot.
Their partners, Team 9260.
Built for Bit Robotics.
And submerging on the Blue Lions, it's 29.
Currently ranked 3, it's Walton Robotics.
Swimming alongside them, it's 4468.
Lynx Robotics.
And completing their alliance, it's 5109.
Who's Creek? It's Gladiator Robotics from Johns Creek High School in Johns Creek, Georgia.
All thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
Moving and grooving for match number 46. Over on the Blue Line side, we have a couple pieces of coral up on L4. Over on the other side, 92 trying to go ahead and score, but they're not able to. But their alliance partners, 14 trying to score as well. Unfortunately, looks like they weren't able to as well. Now, Blue coming out with the lead, 40-16. 88-66 and Innovation Robotics able to score up on the L4 level. Team 44-68, Lynx Robotics, looks like they're trying to get into position, and they are able to push a piece of algae off reef and able to help their alliance partners, Team 5109, and they're able to score for the Blue Alliance. Over on the other side, we have 88-66 trying to get into position. Team 1414, iHot also trying to get in position. It looks like problems with the coral going up on L4. But their alliance partners, 9260, able to compensate. Over on the other side, 2974 able to score on L3 for the Blue Alliance. It looks like before 68 also trying to get into position. They're able to take off another piece of algae. 2974 able to go back over to the reef, goes up and scores on L2 for the Blue Alliance. Over on the other side, we have 8866 Innovation Robotics. Looks like they're able to grab another piece of coral. They're able to score on L3 for the Blue or Red Alliance, and they're able to score another on the Red Alliance as well. Right now it's 64-92, 92 to the Blue Alliance. Team 1414 iHot trying to grab a piece of algae, but it doesn't get into their manipulator. And it looks like they're going to go ahead and grab a piece of coral. Over on the other side, Team 5109 trying to go ahead, goes up, and it looks like they score for the Blue Alliance. Over on the other side, Team 8866 able to push a piece of algae off, and it looks like they're able to score a piece of coral on L3. 40 seconds left. Blue still with the lead. Team 9260 getting stuck on a piece of algae, but they're able to get away from it. Over on the other side, they are scoring for the Blue Alliance. 29-74, Walton Robotics going up and scoring. And 5109, Johns Creek trying to go up and score. Looks like they're going to go ahead and get into position, and they do. L4 scored the Blue Alliance. 14-14, IHOT stuck on a piece of algae right in the end game period. With 10 seconds left, 14-14 able to get out and grab a piece of algae and throw it into the process. And they do. With 3 seconds left, a buzzer beater finished for 14-14 IHOT. We'll see how that works out. Blue with a sizable lead, but we'll see how the math works out. Number 46. And let's take a look at those scores. And Blue Alliance takes the match with a score of 146 to 101. Blue takes the match, 29-74, stays right at rank 3, 5109. Able to move up to 22 and 44-68, moving up to 36. Unfortunately, everyone on red drops. 92-60 dropping down to 18, 88-66 drops down to 23. 14-14 IHOT drops down to 38.
Let's go ahead and introduce teams for qualification match number 47. On the Red Alliance, we have team 9477.
It's Lambda.
And up, it's 1261.
Currently ranked 5 is Robo Lions.
And rounding off the Red Alliance, it's 2415.
Wired Cats.
The other side of the ocean, it's the Blue Line starting with 5074.
It's the Robo Mustangs.
And in the middle, we have team 8080.
Currently on the bubble at 11, it's Sequoia Robotics.
Rounding off their alliance, it's 3635.
It's the Flying Legion.
And the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, and we have Ruben and Grooven in match number 47. 1261 Robo Lions going ahead, grabbing some pieces of coral. Looks like they scrap and score for the Red Alliance. Looks like they go ahead and grab another piece of coral over on the other side. We have action, and it looks like one piece of coral scored for the Blue Alliance. Red coming in with a score of 23-16. Red on the score for 1261 Robo Lions. 94-77 Lambda going ahead and trying to grab a piece of algae. Looks like they're going to go ahead and go around to the other side. They're going to go ahead and move over into the processor. And looks like they're going to go ahead and try to score. Team 2415 Wildcats going ahead and trying to grab a piece of algae, and they do. Over on the other side, Team 3635 Flying Legion able to score a piece of algae for the Blue Alliance. Team 5074 Robo Mustangs also able to score on L1 for the Blue Alliance. 8080 Sequoia also scoring on L4 for the Blue Alliance. 9477 Lambda able to processor for the Blue Alliance. Over on the other side, 1261. Looks like they lose their piece of coral, but they're able to rebound and grab it. 9477 Lambda. It looks like they're getting in position. Up and scores for 9477 Lambda. Right now, it's 63-60. 3-point differential. 9477 gets into position. They go up and they score for the Red Alliance. Over on this other side, 5074 Robo Mustangs scored, and it looks like it doesn't go on to the reef for the Blue Alliance. It looks like 3635 Flying Legion able to grab another piece of coral. They go up. It looks like they're going to try to score on L3, and they score on L1 still. 9477 able to grab a piece of algae and score for the Red Alliance. Right now, Red have 92-69, and Lambda able to score another piece of algae into the barge for the Red Alliance. 1261 Robo Lions able to grab a piece of coral. Looks like they're going to go ahead, go up, and try to score, and they do on L3 for the Red Alliance. Over on the other side, a little bit of a collision between the Blue Alliance robots, but they're able to score onto the reef. 8080 also able to score on L4 for the Blue Alliance. C1 trying to score, but it looks like they're going to go L1 for the Red Alliance. With 19 seconds left, 9477 gets in position, shoots, and it misses. Goes over the barge, over onto the Blue Alliance side. They go ahead, grab another piece of algae. They get into position, shoot, and it misses again, but goes on to the other side to the Red Alliance. With 4 seconds left, and final shot, and they don't get it off for 94. Right now, Red with a little bit of a lead, 115-102. We'll see how the math works out for qualification match number 47. All right, let's take a look at those scores. And Red Alliance takes the match with a score of 117-108. Now 1261 able to move with those 5 valuable ranking points, moves up into the number 4 position. 9477 moves actually into the number 11 position that 8080 was at before, and 2415 moves up to 26. Unfortunately, 8080 drops down to 13 with those only 2 ranking points that they got in that match. Or drops down to 27. 3635 maintains their position at number 40.
Let's go ahead and introduce these teams for qualification match number 48. Starting in the Red Alliance, it's team 52-19.
52-19, no squad.
Next up in the middle, it's 95-22.
Archimedes.
And swimming alongside them, it's team 74-51.
Currently on the bubble at 10, it's Avenger Robotics.
Moving over to the Blue Alliance is Team 6023.
Disbots.
Team 8736.
The Mechanisms.
And 3344.
Space Dragons.
All right, we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, robots are moving. Team 95-22 and 74-51. Looks like they went up and scored for 74-51. Blue line side, Team 60-23. Disbots trying to go ahead, grab a piece of algae. Looks like they're stuck in their position, but it's the Mechanisms able to score on L4 for the Blue Alliance. Coming out into Teleop, Blue has a lead of 27-17, point differential. 74-51 able to grab a piece of coral. Good, they go up and they score for the Red Alliance. And it looks like a piece of algae has gone through the processor and goes up into the red barge. Currently right now, it's 33-26 to the Blue Alliance currently. But 7 Adventure Robotics currently scoring and scoring. And that's another piece of algae he scored into the red barge. Blue still with the lead currently right now with right about 1 minute 40 seconds left on the clock. And they went up and they did not score. However, 95-22 Archimedes able to score one for the Red Alliance. 1 minute 30 seconds left. Blue still with the lead. 95-22 trying to go ahead and grab one of the pieces of algae. And Arrow 7451 able to grab a piece of algae and throw it off as well. Team 6023, Dispots gaining into position. They score on L3 for the Blue. 8736 also scores on L4 for the Blue Alliance. And their alliance partners, Team 3344, also scoring for the Blue Alliance. Over on the other side, 9522 able to grab a piece of algae and they throw it into the processor and is able to go through. With right about a minute left, Blue still with that lead. Team 5219 trying to go get up and working, but they're currently not moving. Over on the Blue Alliance side, Team 6023, Dispots able to score. They're on L3. 8736 goes up and it drops to the ocean floor with a piece of coral. Over on the other side, 7451, Avenger Robotics goes with a piece of coral and they score on L4 with Team 9522 scoring on L2 for the Red Alliance. Over on the other 8736 able to score another one for the Blue Alliance. With Team 6023 trying to get into position. Looks like they go up and they score for the Blue Alliance. With right about 25 seconds left, Blue still with the lead. 9522 trying to get in position. A little bit of traffic there between the Red Alliance robots. Over on the other side, Blue Alliance still trying to score onto the reef. We have 10 seconds left. It looks like it may have gotten that coral RP for the Blue Alliance. Run up to 3 seconds left, and it's a buzzer beater, and 6023 able to get right under the barge in time for the Blue Alliance. Looks like all three red robots may be under the barge. We'll see how that works out for match number 48 of a total 90 matches here at the Peachtree District Championship, presented by the beautiful Mercer University.
All right, and now we have a final score, and we appreciate Kyle and Dylan filling in for a little bit as the Blue Alliance is victorious in that match. The Swimming Strong with a score of 141-92. As the Blue Alliance gains 3 ranking points for the big one for the coral activity. The Red Alliance gained 1 ranking point in autonomous for moving 3 bots off of the line and scoring at least 1 piece of coral during the first 15 seconds of the match.
And it's time for match number 49, starting off on the Red Alliance with Team 1648.
G3 Robotics.
Their partners, Team 5900.
The Fighting Mongooses.
And completing the Red Alliance, Team 8849.
Storm Robotics.
And over on the Blue Lines, we have Team 5293.
The Metal Crusaders.
And in the middle, it's 8100.
Grayson Robotics.
And completing the alliance, it's 1683.
The Techno Titans.
Field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And match number 49 now in autonomous, programmed by the human players to see what you see them doing right now. Hopefully the programming is correct. The ocean currents have been factored in, and they'll be able to score as many points as they possibly can in the first 15 seconds. Coming out of autonomous, it's 35-12 in favor of the Blue Alliance. As the bots move to score, the Red Alliance scores 4 points in the net for processing that algae in the net on top of the barge. 1648 struggling with the coral on the ocean floor as 8849, their alliance partner, Storm Robotics team, trying to pull the algae off of the reef. 5293 over on the Blue Alliance side, heading towards the coral zone is 8100. Looking to score coral as well. There's 1683. That's the Techno Titan with Kato. Scoring in the trough for 2 points as it's 63 for the 65 for the blue and 31 for the red. 5900 to Fighting Mongooses. They're at the coral zone. They're picking up that coral. Slid down tube to the on the bottom of the ocean so they can rebuild that reef as algae gets placed on the top branch of the reef. 5 points for the Red Alliance as they inch closer to the Blue Alliance, who has 82 now to the Red's 44. 1683 scoring high atop the reef as they pull off some algae right now. 5293 looking to pull off the algae as well. 1683 scores in the net on top of the barge for 4 points. The Blue Alliance now 99 to the Red's 44 with 50 left to go. As 8849 heads towards the barge zone, they pass through into the Blue Alliance side of the ocean. 5293 dances off the coral reef. 1683 looking for some more coral alongside of their partner Grayson Robotics. Grayson has that coral in their possession as the Metal Crusaders scored in the trough for 2 points. It's now 107-46 in favor of the Blue Alliance, and 1648 the G3 robot places coral in the trough for 2 more points. We're down to under 20 seconds. It's 112-48. Looks like both alliances have a potential for 36 points as 1683 comes of the ocean floor, ascending towards the surface. If they can stay in that position and not touch the ocean floor, they'll gain 12 points. G3 roll, same thing on the Red Alliance side of the field. They can gain ranking points for that as well if they can get more points in the barge zone. At the end of the match, they'll gain that valuable ranking point, which can help them move up in the standings. That was qualification match number 49. A reminder that we will be going through match number 67 today. Match number 67 will be our final qualifying match today here at Mercer University. We will have a total of 90 qualifying matches all in all. All right, here we go with the results from match number 49. The fish are ready to be released. It's the Blue Alliance. The Bluefins swimming on the reef with a score of 137-64. The Blue Alliance was able to gain 6 ranking points to the Red Alliance. The Red Alliance gained 2 ranking points, 1 for autonomous. That was moving 3 bots off of the line and scoring at least 1 coral on the reef. And they also were able to gain the ranking point under the barge, then 14 points under the barge in match number 49.
Let's go ahead and introduce teams for qualification match number 50. On the Red Alliance, it's 68-29.
Ignite Robotics.
Swimming alongside him, it's 88-65.
The Dacula Droids.
And completing the Alliance, it's 10-3-76.
The Plutonium Panthers.
Leading the Blue Alliance's team, 10:02.
The Circuit Runners.
33-29.
Wildbots.
And 40-26.
Decatur Robotics.
Okay.
All right, the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match begins in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're off and running in match number 50 of what will be a total of 90 qualifying matches. As the bots can score anywhere from 3 to 7, depending on where they place the coral and other activities that take place during the autonomous period, the first 15 seconds of the match. Coming out of the match, 30-9 in favor of the Blue Alliance as the human players now control the bots at the bottom of the sea. Their goal to try to rebuild the reef, bring that aquatic life back into the area. They place coral, that's that white cylindrical looking stuff on the field. Looks like PVC pipe. That's called the coral. They take that and they'll place it on the branches of the coral reef, which is that magenta, pink, purple looking item in the center of the field on both sides. At the base of that coral reef there is the stand, of which there is a trough along the bottom. They can score 2 points there right now. 5 points on top of the reef, as you see. 10:02 doing right now as they're pulling off the algae as well. 88-65, the Dacula Droids was able to take the algae pod and play it on top of the barge. That was worth 4 points for the Red Alliance, as the Blue Alliance is leading right now 73-44 with 1:14 left to go in match number 50. 88-65 getting into position one more time to raise their arm up and place that algae into the net, but it falls back to the ocean floor as 40-26, the Decatur Robotics places a piece of coral low on the reef. That's worth 3 points. As 10:02 places one high, that's worth 5 as 88-65. Back again at the barge, they're going to try to place that algae pod back in there one more time. Let's keep an eye on them to see what's happening as they raise their arm up. They launch, and they're able to get that in for 4 points. As it's 104-62 now in favor of the Blue Alliance with 35 seconds left to go. The Decatur Robotics team with coral in their possession one more time, placing it low on the reef for another 3 points. As 88-65 approaches the barge one more time to try to place another pod. 68-29 approaches the reef along with their partner. 10-3-76. We're down because the sonar beacon went off as 40-26 now raises themselves off of the ocean floor, ascending to the top. As 68-29 does the same thing for the Red Alliance. If they're not touching the ocean floor, they will be granted 12 points. And for the Red Alliance and the Blue Alliance, if they're both successful, they will gain a ranking point for scoring 14 or more points in autonomous. Not in autonomous, in the match, in the barge zone at the end of the match. Qualification match number 50. The fish are being released onto the reef, and it is the bluefin swimming one more time with a score of 134-83 in that match. The Blue Alliance gained 6 ranking points, 3 for the victory, 1 for the barge, 1 for autonomous, and 1 for their choral activity. And the Red Alliance was able to gain 1 ranking point for scoring 14 or more points. Barge zone at the end of the match.
Let's go ahead and start introducing these teams for qualification match number 51. On the Red Alliance, it's 94-80.
The Gear Bears.
And up next, it's 10-4-82.
The Buzz Bots.
And complete, it's 56-08.
Lassiter Robotics.
Over on the Blue Alliance's team, 6340.
The Marist Manatees.
In the center, 6925.
WA Robotics.
And completing the Blue Alliance is 112.
The Eagle Bots.
All right, we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. Match begins in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're on match number 51. In autonomous as all the bots off of the line. They gain 3 points for their Alliance 94-80, scoring 7 points by placing that coral high atop the reef as the Blue Alliance has done as we're side. We got 2 seconds left in autonomous as it's 22-16 coming out of autonomous in favor of the Red Alliance. Right now, the human players have control of the bots. Their ROVs at the bottom of the sea are trying to rebuild the reef, picking up coral, placing it on the reef there, removing the algae, processing the algae for 6 points in the side of the field in the processor, scoring it in the net on top of the barge gets them 4 points for processing those green, blue, algae pods. Those blue-green spherical objects out there on the field, that's the algae. Score them in the side processor, it's worth the 6. They can score them in the net on top of the barge in the middle of the field, it's worth 4 points apiece. That's 41-12. The Eaglebots with Shakashan. Coral in their possession. They're trying to go high. They gain 5 points. It's 94-80 doing this on the Red Alliance side of the field. It drops off into the trough for 2 points. 482. They're at the Coral Reef right now. They're dropping it in. It doesn't stay in the trough. It bounces off in the middle of the reef. If it stays there, it won't be worth any points. Falls in the trough. They'll get credit for 2. As 63-40 places Coral. It touches the trough. It's worth 2 points. As 69-25 moving off the reef and tosses it across the ocean floor. 56-08, the Lassiter Robotics team with Corrosion. They've got Coral in their possession, dropping it down on the low branch, worth 3 points right now at 63-40, places it in the middle, worth 4. It's 101 for the blue and 75 for the red as we're down to 32 seconds left to go in the match. 94-80 at the Coral station, receiving that Coral down the chute, placing it on the reef. In the middle position, that's worth 4 points as the Red Alliance moves closer to the Blue Alliance with 18 seconds left to go. We're in the end game now. It's 10-4-82. The BuzzBots Littlewood robot trying to pull themselves off of the ocean floor and ascend towards the surface. 63-40 ascending to the surface as well. That'll be worth 12. Can do that. It cannot be touching any part of the ocean floor or be supported by any field element in order to points. As it stands right now, if both alliances are successful in their ascension towards the surface, they'll be awarded a ranking point for gaining more than 14 or more points in the barge zone. All right, here we go with the score in match number 51. By the fish that are swimming, the Blue Alliance are victorious in that match with a score of 119 to 116. That was close. The Blue Alliance had 90 Coral points to the Red Alliance's 81. They were also the benefactor of a minor penalty, which helped them over the Red Alliance in that match.
let's go ahead and introduce teams for qualification match number 52. The Red Alliance, it's Team 832.
Oscar, Oscar, Oscar!
Swimming alongside him, it's 6944.
Oh, Wolverines.
And completing the alliance, it's 70.
Metal Mountain.
Moving to the other side, you have Team 6919.
The Commodores.
Joining them is 1833.
Team Bean.
And 4188.
The Columbus Program.
And the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go!
And now we're off in match number 52 as they can score anywhere from 3 to 7 points for each task that they perform in autonomous. They get 3 points automatically for coming off of the starting line in autonomous. It's 40 to 16 in favor of the Blue Alliance as we turn control over to the human players for 2 minutes and 15 seconds. 41-88, placing Algae in the side for the Red Alliance. There's another one in the side. It's 59 to 25 right now in favor of the Blue Alliance with 1:45 left to go. Action taking place all over the ocean floor. As 69-19 has Coral slip away from him. 78 playing defense against Team Bean, trying to keep them from scoring that Coral. But there are the Commodores on the other side of the ocean floor, scoring on the reef. They can gain 3 points by placing Coral on the lower branch. In the middle branch, they gain 4. And as Oscar is trying to do right now, placing it high atop the reef, that's worth 5 for Oscar, as 41-88 scores 4 points by placing Coral, placing Algae into the net high atop the barge. Here they come again, the Columbus Space Program, launching their Algae into the net. Another 4 points. It's 105 to 54 with 55 seconds left. 69-44, that's the Wolverines wobbling along the floor, scoring in the middle for 4 points. As 41-88 scores Algae in the processor on the side. They've got one piece. The second piece bounces out as they try to get the second piece in. That's another 6. No, it bounces out again. They can get it in the processor. It'll be worth 6 points for their alliance. It stays in this time and rolls down the ramp for 6 points. That should give them the co-opetition, which makes them lower the amount of coral required to gain the coral ranking point from 5 pieces on each level branch to 4. As they continue to score with less seconds left to go, 1833 Team Bean ascends the ocean surface to gain 12 points for their alliance and a ranking point, with the other 2 bots also parked underneath the barge. That was the end of qualification match number 52 of what will be a total of 90 this weekend during the tournament here in Macon, Georgia at Mercer University. We will be going through match number 67 today, calling it an evening. To return tomorrow, start matches at 9 a.m. And we have the score in that last match, qualification match number 52, as the Blue Alliance with the victory, as indicated by the color of the fish swimming on the reef, score of 187 to 103. In that match, both the Red Alliance and the Blue Alliance gained coral ranking points and autonomous ranking points for their activity on the reef and in autonomous. And the Blue Alliance was able to gain 3 points for the victory and 1 for scoring 14 or more points in the barge zone at the end of the match. Yep.
Let's go ahead and introduce teams for qualification match number 53. On the Red Alliance, it's 33-18.
The Robo Dragons.
And in the middle, it's your current number 1 seed, Team 1671.
North Gwinnett Robotics.
And completing the alliance, it's 92C.
Built for Bib Robotics.
Over on the Blue Alliance is Team 6705.
Wildcat 5.
In the middle is 2415.
Wired Cats.
Joining them is 7451.
Avenger Robotics.
And the field is green. Driver behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go!
And qualification match number 53 is underway as the bots can score 3 points minimum and 7 points max for each activity that they win. There are 28 points scored thereby. It looks like 1771 on the reef plus the 3 as they come out of autonomous with a score of 40-28 over the Blue Alliance. The action is fast as 1771 takes that algaes it in the net on top of the barge for 4 points. The Avenger Robotics team clearing the algae off of the reef. They've got coral possession. 1771 scores the algae. The Avenger Robotics scores the coral. It's 57 for the red, 42 for the blue. As we've got 42 left to go in the match, there's 4 more points scored by 1771 in the Red Alliance. Another 2 points scored by 33-18 in the trough. For the Red Alliance, it's 24-15. The Wildcats struggling with the current on the Blue Alliance side of the field. Here comes 74-51. They've got the currents figured out as they head towards the reef. There's a lot of math and a lot of figuring that goes on with that as they score 4 more points on the reef. 1771 scoring lower on the reef, worth 3 points as they come back, score another 3 points right behind that. 74-51, the Avenger Robotics team scoring lower on the reef as well for 3 points as it's 100-63 in favor of the Red Alliance with 59 seconds left to go. 1771 scoring on the reef as they pick up another piece of coral. 33-18 beside them, dropping it in the trough, worth 2 as 1771 scores high for 5. The Avenger Robotics teams placing 1 in the trough, that's points. As they continue to score, the Blue Alliance 65, the Red Alliance 126. We're down to 38 seconds left to go. 1771, driftwood drifting all as they almost get hung up on the algae, slipping and sliding on the ocean floor. The Avenger Robotics team with coral in their possession. They're trying to score. Let's see where they place it. They've got their arm raised up, headed towards the reef, but they back away and head towards the barge as we're under 20 seconds left to go. 1771, they've been climbing successfully towards the surface all day long as they do it one more time, ascending towards the ocean surface. That'll be worth 12 points for their alliance. 33-18 trying to do that as well. They're trying to get themselves up off the ocean floor. If any part of the robot is touching the ocean floor, they will not be awarded it. However, they are parked up underneath, so they should get a minimum of 2 points for that activity. 33-18, the Robo Dragons. 74-15, 74 Avenger Robotics. Looked like they were trying to get off and ascend towards the ocean surface, but they may not have been successful. We'll see when the fish swim on the reef one more time if they were awarded that ranking 14 or more points at the end game. All right, here we go. The results of match number 53. The Red Alliance victorious in that match. The Red Fins are swimming with a score of 159-87. And the Red Alliance did get credit for the bar activity. 14 or more points gains them a ranking point. The Alliance was unsuccessful in their ascension towards the surface, but they did have 2 robots part piece in that match. As the Red Alliance gained all 6 ranking points for scoring 5 or more pieces of coral on each level. They gained the 14 or more points in the barge level, and they were able to move all of their bots in autonomous and score at least 1 piece of coral. That was match number 53 of what will be 90 total qualifying matches here at the Peachtree District Championships here at Mercer University in Macon, Georgia. As we will go through match number 67 today and call it a turn tomorrow at 9 a.m. for match play.
And it's time for match number 54, starting off on the Red Alliance with team 1414.
That's iHot.
Their partners, team 1648.
G3 Robotics.
And completing the Red Alliance, team 5109.
Gladiator Robotics.
And across the ocean on blue, it's 4468.
Robotics.
And in the middle, it's 9477.
Lambda.
And completing their alliance, it's 1683.
The Techno Titan.
And the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go!
And we're off and running autonomous. Match number 54. As the bots can score anywhere from 3 to 7 points right now as travel across the ocean floor. 1683 scoring 7 points high in autonomous. As we come out of autonomous, it's 22 to 16 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Now the bots are moving on the ocean floor at 1648. That be the G3 Robotics team picking up that coral. They moving that coral around the ocean floor, but 5109 on the side as well, trying to pick up coral and score 94-77 over there, picking up the algae. We've seen them many times today. Launch that algae up and into the net. They do it one more time. That's 4 more points for Lambda over there on the Blue Alliance. It's now 54 to 21 with 1:37 left to go in qualification match number 54-90. There's another 4 points by the Blue Alliance. In the net is 94-77, approaches the line one more time, drops it. Algae slippery and slips out of their possession, but they grab another piece and try it one more time as they're at the net. And it bounces off and back in again. 78 to 19 in favor of the Blue Alliance right now here in match number 54 of 90. There goes Lambda one more time as 1648, the G3 Robotics team trying to place that coral high atop. 5109 trying as well, but it drops off into the Marianas Trench. That's 7 miles really deep over there at 1683. The Techno Titans with Keitel over there scoring in the middle for 4. It's 102 to 31 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Now it's 5109 trying to play defense against 1683, trying to get them from getting that coral. iHot team over there trying to pick up that algae. There's 94-77, the Lambda team one more time. Neptune is shooting high and scoring one more time in the nets right above the barge there. It's 128 to 44. We're down to 21 seconds left to go in this match. As 40-68, the Lynx Robotics team is parked up underneath the barge on the blue side of the field. We had some flags waving right there, so there was liable to be some infractions awarded to one of the alliances right there. As 1683 tries to bring themselves off of the ocean floor. There's more algae going into the net there at the last second, but I believe that was just a little bit after the buzzer sounded. So it may not count. These oars and the referees, they've been really good about keeping up with the scoring during this competition. As we await the final score, we'll see the fish swimming on the reef, and that'll tell us who was victorious.
And it's match 54 on the Red Alliance. It is not time yet.
All right, match number 54, we got the results here. Coming in with the Blue Alliance victor match with a score of 160 to 81. 160 to 81 as the points for the victory. Both the Red and the Blue Alliance was able to gain the ranking point for the autonomous activity, move the starting line and scoring at least one piece of coral. All right, here we go. We're going to have a reposting of that last one. We'll see what the difference is here. Blue Alliance is victorious in that match. It's 160 to 81, but there was some changes in the fact that an additional ranking point was added to each alliance for barge activities caused by infractions by both alliances. So each alliance gains a ranking point for the barge. Now let's introduce the teams for match number 55.
We have Team 8100.
Grayson Robotics.
Their partners 8866.
Nation Robotics.
And 8080.
Sequoia Robotics.
And on Blue Lines, we have 9522.
Archimedes.
Next up, 8865.
The Tequila Droids.
Rounding out the Alliance, 1261.
Robo Lions.
And the field is green. No longer. We're green again. The field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And match number 55. Now underway in autonomous. This 88-66 scores high up on the reef. That's worth 7. Each one of the bots coming off the line gain 3. There's another 7 by 88-66. And in autonomous, they was able to get 17 points just from their team alone, as it's 30-22 coming out for the Red Alliance. There goes some algae being scored high atop. Charge in the net. Here comes 88-66. They do the same thing. 12-61, the Robo Alliance. Number 5 right now with their bot Hatchet. Scoring high atop the reef worth 5 points right now. It's 43 for the red and 36 for the blue. As we continue action, 80. That being the Diff EQ bot. Score top the reef, that's worth 5 is 8100. The Grayson Robotics in their leaning tower leans towards the reef and score 5 points as well. 95-22 with Coral in their position. They're going to place it in the middle. That's worth 4 points. As the Robo Lions have it, placing it high for 5. It's 65, it's 70-58 with a minute 25 left to go. As 88-65 scores. Algae in the net for 4. With a minute 17, it's 79-63 in favor of the Red Alliance. As the Innovation Robotics team and the Grayson Robotics team sky atop the reef. 5 points apiece. That was a 10-point swing, and it's now 85-23. With a minute left to go in favor of the Blue Alliance. 88-65 has a piece of algae slip out of their possession as 88-66 Innovation Robotics scores in the net for 4. It's now 85-77 with 85-85. Now it's tied. It's going back and forth with the score. We'll see. It's 91-77 in favor of the Red Alliance. It's now 91-81 in favor of the Blue Alliance. 88-65 dancing around with 80-80. The Sequoia Robotics team is 95-22 approaches the reef. Their alliance partner, the Robo Lion, on the reef as well. Scoring high for another 5 points. It is 109-81. Make that 114-81 as we're down to 20 seconds. Innovation Robotics teams moving around the field, trying to find out where they're going to place that piece of coral. They've got algae in their possession. There we go. We're down to 4 seconds left to go. It's 88-60 algae in their possession. 80-80. Parks on for 2 points. That was the end of qualification match number 5 of what will be a total of 90 qualifying matches here at the Chips. We will conclude the matches tomorrow, starting at 9 with match number 68, as we will go through match number 67 today and call it an evening. It's been a long day. It's been with a lot of fast and furious action under the sea. All right, here we go. Qualification match number 55. Let's see what the color of the fish swimming on the reef will be. Blue Alliance victorious in that match with a score 133-96. 133-96. The Blue Alliance was able to gain 3 ranking points for the victory. 1 point for each of the Red Alliance and the Blue Alliance. 1 ranking point for their activities in autonomous, moving all 3 bots off of the line and scoring at least 1 piece of coral.
All right, let's go ahead and introduce these teams for our next match. Match number 56. Starting on the Red Alliance with Team 5608.
Lassiter Robotics.
Right in the middle, Team 6340.
The Marist Manatees.
Right on the end, Team 6023.
The Discbots.
Over on the blue lines, we got Team 8849.
Storm Robotics.
And in the middle, swimming alongside them, it's 4112.
The Eaglebots.
And completing this alliance, it's 5293.
The Metal Crusaders, currently ranked number 3.
And the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go!
And we're off in autonomous as the bots get off the starting line. That's an easy autonomous programming function right there. 60-23, the Discbots move over towards the coral station, try to pick up some coral to head back to the reef. Everything is autonomous except the area on the side where they can drop the coral down the chute to the robot located in the ocean. 60-23, the Discbot scoring high upon the reef as well as 63-40. He's with Theseus. 52-93, pulling the algae off of the reef. That's the Metal Crusaders with Magnus. 41-12. They with Shank Ocean. Placing it in the middle. That's worth 4 for them is 60-40. That's the Marist Manatees again with Theseus scoring high. And there's the human player on the outside, taking that processed algae and placing it into the alliance. 4 points. As it's 72-64 with 1:28 left to go. 41-12, pushing the algae across the floor as 88-49. Everest and Storm Robotics. Line for coral. 41-12 scores coral in the middle. That's worth 4 points as it's 88-81 in favor of the Blue Alliance with 1:07 left to go. 60-23. The Discbots with Botley scoring on the reef. As 63 Manatees pulls the algae off the reef and scores coral as well. 56-08 dancing around at the reef is 52-93 is after the algae pod in there for 6 points on the Blue Alliance. And the algae places it in their net for 4 points. Neck is it's 116-115. Naked 124-120, 123, 127-124. It's moving back and forth real quick. 28 seconds left to go. Our high score so far is 197. It's in match number 36. Happens in the end game at 63-40. Approaches the deeply anchored cave underneath the barge. They can raise themselves up off of the ocean floor. A surface, they'll gain 12 points for their alliance. 56-08 currently. And so comes 60-23 to Discbot. As 38, there's 88-49. Parked underneath the barge as well. Looks like we might have steam points for the Red Alliance, which will gain them a barge ranking point, scoring 14 or more points in the barge zone during the end game. All right, here we go with the score in match number 56. As we see the Red Alliance victorious in that match with a score of Mercer University 168-139. 13 barge points. This is gain, no, I'm sorry. The Red Alliance gained the coral, the blue ranking point. The Blue Alliance was able to gain the autonomous ranking point, and the Red Alliance gained the barge ranking point, while 3 as well for the victory.
Let's go ahead and introduce these teams competing in qualification match number 57. Starting on the Red Alliance, it's Team 1002.
Circuit Runner Robotics.
Next up in the middle, it's 6925.
WA Robotics.
And completing the alliance on the port side of the field, it's 5219.
Techno Squad.
Over on the Blue Alliance side, first up we have Team 1833.
Currently ranked number 2, it's Team Bean.
Right in the middle we have Team 10482.
The Buzzbots.
And right on the end we have Team 5900.
The Fighting Mongooses.
And the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3. We are and the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go!
And qualification match number 57 is now underway in autonomous. Hopefully the robots onto the programming the way they're supposed to. And there's 7, 14, 21 points scored on the Reef right there by the Blue Alliance as it's 33-20 coming out of autonomous in favor of the Blue Alliance. 10:02, that's the circuit possession. They've got it high atop the Reef. That's 5 points for them as he pulls the algae off of the Reef. That's one piece of algae off the Reef, 2 pieces of algae. It's 10-4-82 scores algae in the trough for 2 points. 69-25 at the coral zone, looking for that coral. Coming from the chute on top of the barge, coming from the chute, down the chute to the robot. The ROV deep in the ocean. That's 10:02. Scores on the reel. That's 4 points in the middle. There's 18-33 team scoring as well in the middle as the Blue Alliance scored in the processor, 6 points apiece. The Red Alliance takes that process and places it in their net. That's worth 4 points for the Red Alliance as it's 90 for the Alliance, 57 for the Red with 1:14 left to go. 10:02, the Circuitous Robotics team. They've got coral in their possession, placing it in the mid-level. That's worth 4 points. And Team Bean on the opposite side of the field doing the same thing as 5,900. The Fighting Mongooses at the Reef scoring in the trough for points. Here's 10-4-82. They're going to try to place it in the trough. There's another 2 points as Team Bean scored high atop the Reef for 5 points. 2 and 69-25 scoring on the Reef for the Red Alliance as well as it's 128 for the Blue and 76 for the Red as we're down 30 seconds left to play in this match. 52-19 playing defense on the Blue Alliance side of the field to keep that Blue Alliance from scoring those pieces of coral. Each of those corals anywhere from 2 to 5 points right now. As 52-19 heads to the bar zone. We're under 20 seconds left to go. 18-33 Team Bean and 10-4-82. They're at the deeply anchored cages trying to raise themselves off of the ocean floor, ascend towards the surface of the ocean. They can stay like that. That can be 12 points apiece. That could be 24-point swing for the Blue Alliance right there. That'll also gain them a ranking if they can keep that score. 14 points or higher over on the Blue Alliance side of the field. As we await the results here in the match, a 57. They're checking everything out. They'll let us know in just a minute when they release the fish, and we'll see which color it is. And the fish have started swimming on the reef one more time in match number 57. It is the Blue Alliance victorious in that match with a score of 175 to 101. 175 to 101. As the Blue Alliance gains 6 ranking points, the Red Alliance gained 2 ranking points for their activities during the match. All right, now let's take it up to Peachtree Live to hear what they have to say.
Hey guys, I'm Avi, and we're gonna be playing Guess the Part on this segment of Peachtree Live. We have Tej and we have Monish. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna count down from 3 and we're gonna drop a part into their hands, and the first one to guess what the part is gonna win. Okay, so first part, 3, 2, 1, now.
What? This is a collar. Shaft collar?
Awesome, okay, Monish gets the part.
So Monish gets a point.
Next part, 3, 2, 1.
A gear, sprocket.
Yep, perfect. Tej gets. It's 1-1. Third part, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, sorry.
What is
This is like the hub, some type of hub. Drive hub? Wheel hub? Hub?
Hub, I'll take that. It's a Versa hub. Now
close
we're
enough.
gonna go fourth part. 3, 2, 1.
Oh my God.
Is this? Oh my,
These
and
are
it's
pliers.
a thingy. No, it's not a plier. Is it a plier?
It's a plier.
Is it a clamp?
Bro, you're the one building the robots.
Do you guys pass?
These are adjustable pliers.
It's like a locking plier.
Yeah, lock it. Yep.
It's a but I'll give it to Tej. Last
feel like we
one.
both did pretty
3,
well.
2, 1.
Zip
Oh.
ties. Oh.
No, wires, motor.
Neo motor.
Yes,
Yes,
Monish
Monish
gets
got
it.
it.
That's
Okay.
3-2, Monish. Thank you for tuning in to this segment of Petrie Live. We'll see you guys.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at our next match starting on the Red Alliance with Team 6944.
The Wolverines.
Right in the middle, Team 8736.
The Mechanisms.
Right on the end, Team 3635.
The Flying Legion.
And on the blue lines, it's 10-3-76.
The Plutonium Panthers.
In the middle of their ship, it's 69-19.
The Commodores.
And completing this barge, it's 33-18.
The Robo Dragons.
And the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go!
And match number 58 is underway as we continue the qualification matches here at Mercer University in Macon, Georgia. Right now, the Red Alliance is leading 27-19 with the autonomous points scored. 3 points for moving off the line and various amount of scoring on the reef. Anywhere from 3 to 7 points. As we continue to go on, it's 2 minutes left to go. The Blue Alliance is leading 33-32 as 87-36. The Mechanisms score high atop the reef. And their alliance partner 69-44, the Wolverines as well. 69-19, the Commodores pulling algae off the reef, coming back to the reef with coral and placing it where that algae was in the center row. And that was worth 4 points for them right there. They come back and place another 4 as their alliance partner drops one off into the trench down below the trough. 33-18 places another piece of coral in the trough. That's worth 2 points. And 69-19 scores again for the Blue Alliance. It's 71-56 with 1:17 left to go in the match. The currents are strong at the bottom of the ocean as the blue cages are swinging right now. 87-36 for the Red Alliance approaching the reef. They've got coral in their possession. They drop it down. It bounces off of the trough down into the trench as 69-44 heads over towards the coral zone to pick up coral from the human player high atop on the barge, dropping it down the chute to the ROV located on the ocean floor. There's 36-35, the Flying Legion moving around the reef, placing coral on the reef. Another score as it's now 94 for the blue, 86 for the red with 35 seconds left to go. It's 99-86. 69-19, the Commodores placing another piece of coral high atop the reef for another 5 points as they move over towards the barge zone right now with 22 seconds left to go. They're grabbing a hold of that low anchored cage. They're going to try to pull themselves up off of the ocean floor and ascend towards the surface. That'll gain their alliance 12 points. As the other bots continue to score on the coral reef, 10-3-76 moves to the barge zone, parking themselves underneath the barge. That looks like they've got 14 or more points in the barge zone, which will gain the Blue Alliance a valuable ranking point as 69-44 ends up slipping and sliding on the algae on the Red Alliance side of the field. It showed 104-104 coming out at the end of the match. But the end game, the Blue Alliance looks like they may have scored an additional 14 points. We'll see when the fish start swimming on the reef in just a moment. Here we go. Let's see if that made a difference on the end game. Blue Alliance is victorious in that match. With a score of 118 to 104, they did gain the 14 barge points, which catapulted them above the Red Alliance in that match. As the Blue Alliance gained 6 ranking points. They gained 1 for the barge activity. They gained 1, just like the Red Alliance did, for autonomous activity. They also gained a ranking point for scoring 5 or more pieces of coral on each level.
All right, starting match number 58 on the Red Alliance, we have team 3344.
The Space Dragon.
In the center is 4026.
Decatur Robotics.
Joining them is 6705.
Wildcat 5E.
Running over to the blue side is 3329.
It's the Wildbots.
Joined by 9480.
The Gear Bears.
And 4188.
The Columbus Space Program.
All right, we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Match begins in 3, 2, 1, go.
And these fish are swimming. We got all 6 robots moving around the field, starting with Team 6705, Wildcat 5E. Trying to get that coral in the trough for 3 points as their alliance partner, 4026, Decatur Robotics, goes all the way up to the surface of the sea, trying to score that coral on level 4 for 5 additional points. Team 4188, the Columbus Space Program, trying to remove that algae in the autonomous, while their alliance partner, Team 9480, the Gear Bears, trying to get that coral on level 1 for 7 points. The Columbus Space Program successfully getting that coral, that algae, into the net for 4 points. Team 3344, the Space Dragons, are flying high into space with their placing a coral on level 4 for 5 points. As Team 4188 has successfully placed another algae inside their net for 4 points. Space Dragons once again continuing filling up their level 4 bracket along with 4026, the Cater Robotics. They're almost halfway through with that. Team 9480, the Gear Bears, getting some coral right now from Human Player Station and depositing it onto Coral Reef on level 4, along with their alliance partner, 3329. Between both of those, that will be 10 points for their alliance. Team 3344, Space Dragons, taking a quick stretch break as they make their way over to the Human Player Station. The Cater Robotics is now seeing if they can get some more coral off the ground as they say quick hi to their drivers. Team 6705, Wildcat 5E, trying to place their coral right now on level 3 as 3344 places it on level 4. Team 9480, the Gear Bears, are placing another coral on top of level 4 with their alliance partner 3329 doing the same on the opposing side of the reef. Team 4188, the Columbus Space Program, is launching another algae into the net for 4 points. Team 3344, the Space Dragons, trying to get another coral right now from the Human Player Station as their alliance partner, Team 4026, the Cater Robotics, is now playing defense since they have a coral stuck in their robot. With only 45 seconds left to main match, we're still neck and neck. The Blue Alliance is in the lead of 92 points, so the Red Alliance is 85 points. Columbus Space Program looks to extend that lead by trying to get a coral, another algae, into the net. Looks like it was not quite enough. They're going back up. But 3344 is successfully taking the lead. And Columbus has taken back the lead from them just as quickly. Team 9480, the Gear Bears, are getting another out coral right now from Human Player Station. In the last 20 seconds of the match, only 3 points separate these two teams. Gear Bears earning 4 and taking the lead to 104. 3344 is in the air. Decatur Robotics is lining themselves up to climb. And they're up. 9480, the Gear Bears, seeing if they can do the same for blue. 5 points separate these two teams in the last 6 seconds. Decatur Robotics has parked alongside 3329, the Wildbots. 6705 trying to scoring one last coral in the trough for 2 points. That last coral could have made the difference for the teams. We're going to have to wait to see what the final score is going to be in a little bit. And the scores are in. The fish are swimming up to tell us that the winner is the Blue Alliance with a final match score of 133 to the Red Alliance's 119. The Blue Alliance can earn 5 ranking points, 1 for getting at least 14 points under the barge, and another for everyone leaving in autonomous and scoring at least 1 coral on the reef. The Red Alliance will also earn that 1 ranking point for getting 14 points underneath the barge.
And it's time for match number 60 here on the Red Alliance. It's Team 7538.
Meadow Mountain.
Their partners, Team 6829.
Ignite Robotics.
And completing the Red Alliance, Team 2974.
Walton Robotics.
Moving over to the Blue Alliance is Team 1771.
North Gwinnett Robotics.
5074.
It's the Robo Mustangs.
And 832.
Oscar, Oscar, Oscar.
All right, we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. Match begins in 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's hold our breath as we're back under the sea. Oh, we got 5 robots moving the field right now. Starting in the Red Alliance, Team 6829 Ignite Robotics depositing 1 coil for the Red Alliance on top of the coil reef for 7 points. Team 1771 North Gwinnett Robotics already getting 3. They're going for a 4th successfully. That's going to earn their alliance 33 points, taking a 20-point lead going in the teleop portion of the match. Team 6829 Ignite Robotics already getting their coil from the human player station and trying to deposit on the reef. Team 2974 is having some technical difficulties. 1771 is not slowing down anytime soon, depositing the other algae inside the net for 4 points for their alliance. Oscar is now trying to get some more coral up on that reef alongside 1771. Team 6829 Ignite Robotics is trying to see if they can get some more coral up on the reef. They successfully get it up on 4. Team 6829 is currently the only red robot moving on their side of the field. Team 1771 North Gwinnett Robotics getting another algae right now into the net for 4 points. Team 7538 Mountain is trying to play as much defense as they can. They're going around the coral reef like a whirlpool. Team 832 Oscar lining themselves up to see if they can get another coral on the coral reef, and they can for 5 additional points. Team 1771 follows right behind them as 6829 sees if they can get another coral into their intake system. 2974 still having some technical difficulties as they seem to be stuck in a whirlpool of their own. Team 1771 North Gwinnett Robotics tries to score an algae into the net, but is not successful and bounces off Walton Robotics. 6829 continues scoring those points for the Red Alliance. With only 1 minute left remaining in the match, the Blue Alliance has a commanding lead of 99 points to the Red Alliance's 38 points. Team 832 Oscar trying to score another coil right now as they put it up on top of the reef. Team 5074 the Robo Mustangs getting their coil on level 3 for 4 points. Team 2974 still having some technical difficulties. We have a CSA and FTA over by them. Team 6829 Ignite Robotics trying to get a few more coil up on that reef in the last 30 seconds of the match. Team 832 Oscar is trying to help North Gwinnett see if they can get that ranking point for the coil reef. They have 3 of their 4 sections completed. Team 5074, the Robo Mustangs, keep depositing as many coral as they can up on that trough along 1771. In the last 20 seconds of the match, 6829 lines themselves up for a climb. In order to get that last ranking point, their alliance partner Metal Mountain will have to park alongside them. Team 1771 is up in the air along with their alliance partner 832, 7538 is parking themselves in. 6829 is still off the air, and that is all the time we have in qualification match number 60. And the scores are in. The winner is the Blue Alliance with a final score of 153 to the Red Alliance at 62. That'll make Walton Robotics only that 1 ranking point drop down to the 7th current seed, and North Gwinnett is actually going to drop down to the 2nd seed, with Team Beam going up to their 1st slot. 832 is also going to move up to the 38th seed, along with 5074 to the 23rd, respectively. The Blue Alliance did earn a total of 5 ranking points in that match.
And it's time for match number 61, starting off on the Red Alliance with Team 8865.
The Tequila Droids.
Their partners, Team 5293.
It's the Metal Crusaders.
And Team 9477.
Lambda.
Over on the Blue Alliance is Team 7451.
Avenger Robotics.
In the middle, 8849.
Storm Robotics.
And 1261.
It's the Robo Lions.
Field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
It's time to hold our breath. We're back under the sea. Team 9477 Lambda makes their way right outside as Team 5293, the Metal Crusaders, the Move and Algae, and their alliance partner, Team 8865, getting Algae inside the processor. Team 7451 makes their way over to the Robo Lions drive station as 8849 Storm Robotics works up the storm by moving themselves in front of the Coral Reef. As we go in the teleop portion of the match, the Blue Lions is in the lead of 41 points to the Red Alliance is 21. Team 9477 Lambda searches for an Algae to deposit into the net for 4 points as their alliance partner, the Metal Crusaders, are crusading the coral right now to try to get it up on top of that reef. Team 8849 trying to throw an Algae into the net, but they were unsuccessful. Team 9477 tries to go alongside 8865, each shooting for one Algae. 8 points between the two. 8849 Storm Robotics is trying to get another Algae right now. Forward to put it into the net. 1261, the Robo Lions. Seeing if they can throw in another Algae of their own into the processor. We have a very heavy Algae match right now. Team 9477 Lambda has been doing a quick spin in the whirlpool as they find that Algae they were looking for. The Metal Crusaders now get another coral up onto that coral reef as 1261 and 8849 and all three Blue Lions robot are currently squirreling on that reef. Team 8865, the Kula Droids, trying to get another Algae right now into the net for 4 points, and Lambda on the other side doing the same. Team 5293, the Metal Crusaders, are the only Red Alliance robot trying to get those coral up onto the reef. They tried for level 3, but unfortunately it fell down to the trough, still earning them 2 points. In the last 1 minute of the match, the Red Alliance is trailing 65 points, so the Blue Alliance is 110. The Tequila Droids take a quick stretch break as they try to get that Algae into the net for an additional 4 points. Team 9477 Lambda searches on the blue side of the ocean to try to get some more Algae as the Metal Crusaders continuing depositing those coral onto the reef. Team 7451 Avenger Robotics getting in their coral up on top of level 4 for an additional 5 points for their alliance. Team 1261, the Robo Lions, trying to get a coral, but they were unsuccessful, but they pick it up just as quickly and move to the other side to make room for 8849 Storm Robotics, placing it all the way up on level 3 for 4 points. In the last 20 seconds of the match, 8865 has parked themselves underneath the barge, along with 9477 trying to make one last quick shot into the net. Team 8849 Storm Robotics is making themselves over, trying to go park under it as Avenger Robotics line themselves up for a deep level climb. They're up and they are in the air, floating in the ocean with the last few seconds in the match. The Lambda human players successfully threw one last Algae into that, scoring an additional 4 points. And that is all the time we have for qualification match number 61 here at the Peachtree District Championship presented by Mercer University. Scores are in. It's going to go to the Blue Alliance with a final score of 146 to the Red Alliance's 96. The Blue Alliance is going to earn 5 ranking points for that match, with the Red Alliance still earning 1. 1261 Robo Alliance is going to stay in the 4th seed, with the Avenger Robotics moving up to the 20th. And the Metal Crusaders will drop down to the 7th seed.
All right, let's go ahead and introduce our next match, starting on the Red Alliance with Team 8080.
Sequoia Robotics.
Right in the middle, Team 5608.
That's Lassiter Robotics.
Right on the end, Team 5219.
Techno Squad.
Coming over to the Blue Alliance. First up, we have Team 5109.
Gladiator Robotics.
Right in the middle, Team 1002.
Circuit Runner Robotics.
And rounding out the alliance is Team 9522.
It's Archimedes.
All right, it looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go!
Much like Dory, these bots keep swimming. Team 5608 Lassiter Robotics makes their way over to the coral reef station with their alliance partner Sequoia Robotics trying to deposit a coral on top of the reef. Team 9522 Archimedes is soaring across the field. It looks like they're trying to run away from Jaws. Team 1002 Circuit Runner Robotics trying to place another coral right now at the start of the teleop period on level 4 for 5 points for their alliance. Team 5608 Lassiter Robotics is now placing a coral in the trough. Unfortunately, it was unsuccessful and goes back down to the seafloor. Sequoia Robotics successfully getting 5 points for their alliance by depositing a coral on top of level 4. Team 5219 Techno Squad making themselves around the... It's got stuck in a whirlpool as they try to remove an algae from the reef. With a little bit of time, it rolls itself right off. Team 9522 Archimedes depositing an algae into the processor. Team 1002 Circuit Runners are running their circuits, trying to get another coral on top of the reef as their alliance partner, Team 5109 Gladiator Robotics, gets some more coral from their human player station, depositing it on level 3 for 4 points for their alliance. Team 8080 Sequoia Robotics trying to get some coral from the human player station, but get caught up on an algae. Team 5608 Lassiter Robotics depositing another coral onto the reef for 4 points for their alliance. Team 5219, the Techno Squad, line themselves up to deliver an algae into the processor for 6 points for the Red Alliance. Team 9522, Archimedes, has made themselves over on the red side of the ocean, getting caught up on an algae as they quickly make their way back over. Team 8080 slams themselves against their railing with an algae, and it looks like they're almost trying to pop it as they make their way over to the human player station. They've now swapped over to the blue side of the field. Team 5608 Lassiter Robotics has put themselves in from human player station to get a coral deposited up all the way on level 3 for 4 points for their alliance. With under 40 seconds left remaining the match, the Blue Alliance is in the lead with 111 points, so the Red Alliance is 54 points. Team 9522 Archimedes getting their algae right now into the processor for 6 points for their alliance. We have some defense going on between 8080 and 9522. Team 1002 Circuit Runners trying to see if they can get some more coral up on that reef in the last 20 seconds of the match. The Blue Lions has almost completed that last reef. If they can manage to complete in the next 13 seconds, they will earn another ranking point at the end of the game. Team 5219 Techno Squad is trying to park themselves in under the barge to see if they can claim for 12 points. Team 8080 Sequoia Robotics does the same. We have all 3 robots on the Blue Lions. Stuck. 5109 temporarily got stuck, but they fell back down to the surface of the sea. And that is all the time we have for qualification match number 62. The fish are making their way from the deep. The scores are in, and the winner is going to be the Blue Alliance with a final match score of 146 to the Red Alliance's 80. The Blue Alliance is going to earn 5 ranking points for that match, bringing 1002 up to 11th rank and 5109 up to the 20th. The Red Alliance still earning 1 ranking point for that match for all leaving during the autonomous period and earning at least 1 coral on the reef.
All right, let's go ahead and go to our next match, starting with our team on the red line, 69-44.
The Wolverines.
Right here in the middle, team 41-12.
It's the Eaglebots.
And on the end, team 10-376.
The Plutonium Panthers.
Over on the blue lines is team 5900.
The Fighting Mongooses.
In the middle, 1683.
The Techno Titans.
Joined by 1414.
Who's hot? It's iHot.
All right, the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
The bots are off. We got 5 robots and 6 robots moving the field right now. Starting on the red lines, we have the Plutonium Panthers just moving a little bit to try to earn that ranking point, as we have 69-44. The Wolverines trying to get that Coral up on level 4 for 7 points for their alliance. 41-12, the Eaglebots trying to get a Coral on level 4, but it's not quite enough. Going in the teleop period of the match, the Red Alliance is in the lead of 26 points, and the Blue Alliance is 20. The Plutonium Panthers now have a Coral in the possession. They're trying to place it on the trough, and they successfully have for 2 points for their alliance. The Wolverines are clawing their way up, getting another Coral on top of level 4 for 5 additional points, along with the Eaglebots soaring up there, getting their Coral on level 4 for 5 points. Team 14-14, iHot, trying to get another Coral on level 4 for 5 points to their alliance, along with the Techno Titans. 41-12 is getting another Coral right now on top of level 4 for 5 additional points. Team 69-44, the Wolverines, getting their Coral on level 4 right now as they make their way over back to the human player station. Team the Plutonium Panthers playing a little defense against the Blue Lions right now, as we have the Fighting Mongooses fighting to stay alive as they're trailing by 9 points, but there's still plenty of time to catch up. We got another algae deposited into the net for the Red Alliance, bringing them to a total of 71 points. The 69-44, the Wolverines get another Coral on top of level 4 for 5 additional points, as the Fighting Mongooses have made their way over to the red side of the ocean. Team 41-12, the Eaglebots trying to get some more Coral up on that reef as the Fighting Mongooses throw an algae into the net and make their way back to the Blue Lion side. Team 69-44, the Wolverines getting their Coral into their intake system as they make their way back to the reef. And algaes are flying everywhere as the Eaglebots line themselves up with the reef. Techno Titans almost completing that top of level 4 of the reef. With under 40 seconds left remaining the match, the Red Alliance is in the lead of 100 to the Blue Lions is 73. Team 69-44, the Wolverines are trying to get some more Coral up on the reef, but it's not quite enough. It falls down to the ocean floor. The Fighting Mongooses line themselves up to pick up another Coral from human player station, as iHot is getting another Coral on top of the reef for 5 additional points. Team 1683, the Techno Titans, getting in their algae on top of the net for 4 additional points. In the last 17 seconds of the match, the Blue Lions is up to 89, the Red Alliance is at 112. The Eaglebots lining themselves up right now. Get another coral up on level 3 for 4 additional points as the Plutonium Panthers park underneath the barge. Team 1683, the Techno Titans, have positioned themselves for a climb but have not yet left the ground. All 6 robots have parked themselves under the barge. It does not look like any of them were able to take flight. The scores are in. The fish are revealing that the winner is the Red Alliance with a final match score of 126 and the Blue Alliance is 100. The Red Alliance can earn 4 ranking points in that match, with the Blue Alliance unfortunately earning none. That's going to bring Techno Titan all the way down to the 6th seed.
All right, let's go ahead and introduce these teams. Starting on the Red Alliance with Team 4468.
Lynx Robotics.
Right in the middle, Team 6919.
The Commodores.
Right on the end, Team 9480.
The Gear Bears.
Over on the Blue Alliance is Team 10482.
It's the Buzzbots.
In the middle, 3318.
Robo Dragons.
In 6023.
Disc Bots.
All right, the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off in qualification match number 64. 69-19, the Commodores scoring the first coral for the Red Alliance, up on level 4 for 7 points for their Alliance. Already scoring another one. Checking in on the blue lines, we have team 33-18 getting a coral up on that trough along with their Alliance partner 10-4-82. 60-23, the Dispots line themselves up to deposit a coral on level 4 for 5 points for their Alliance, as on the Red Alliance team 69-19 slams themselves into the reef. Team 44-68, Lynx Robotics tries to get a core from Human Player Station, but it bounces out as soon as they leave. Team 94-80, the Gear Bears, are spinning those gears to try to get over to the coral reef, deposit all the way up on level 4 for 5 points. Team 44-68, Lynx Robotics, getting their coral on the trough right now for 2 additional points. Team 33-18, the Robo Dragons, have flown their way over across the sea to play some defense against the Red Alliance. Team 69-19, the Commodores, seem to be playing some defense of their own as they've went over across the ocean. Team 33-18 returns to the blue side of the field, leaving only 2 robots on the red side. 44-68, Lynx Robotics, getting another coil in the trough for 2 points as the Gear Bears make their way to the top of the sea, depositing another coil for 5 additional points. The Buzzbots are buzzing around the field, depositing as many coils as they can in that trough, with as the Discbots place 4 coral in total this match on level 4 for 5 points each. The Gear Bears getting another coral on level 4 for 5 more points. With only 1 minute left remaining in the match, we're still neck and neck. The Red Alliance has a slight lead of 55 points to the Blue Alliance's 45 points. The Buzzbots are now making their way through the field, getting some more coral from Human Player Station. Team 60-23, the Discbots, getting their coral up on level 4. Team 44-68, Lynx Robotics, taking another coral from Human Player Station as their alliance partner, the Gear Bears, getting another coral from Human Player Station, depositing it up onto the coral reef. Team 10-4-82, the Buzzbots, have a coral into possession and depositing it up on the trough. They're lining that trough up as much as they possibly can. Same thing with Lynx Robotics for the Red Alliance side. Team 69-19, the Commodores seem to have they have a coral stuck in their robot, and so they continue playing some defense against the Blue Line side. The Buzzbots have lined themselves up with the deep cage in attempts to make a deep hang. Team 69-19 has lined themselves low as well for the Red Alliance. Only 10 points separate these two teams with only 10 seconds left to make the match. 69-19 are in the air along with Buzzbots. Team 33-18 sees if they can get in the air as well. With them, between both of them, that'll be 24 points. 60-23, Dispots joins them under. But Gear Bears are also parked themselves under with 44-68, Lynx Robotics ending at the Human Player Station. We're gonna have to wait for the referees to tally up these final scores to see who the winner of Qualification Match 64 will be here at the Peachtree District Championship presented by Mercer University. And the scores are in, and the match is a tie! With a final score of 88-88. Both these teams tried to go back to the future, but unfortunately they resulted in a tie. Each alliance earned 3 ranking points, 1 for winning the match, and each of them scored a point for getting at least 12 points, 14 points under the barge, and scoring at least 1 coral in all leaving during the autonomous period.
And it's time for match number 65, starting off the Red Alliance with Team 6705.
The Wildcat 5E.
Their partners, Team 1833.
Your current number 1 seed, Team Bean.
And their partners, Team 5074.
The Robo Mustangs.
Over on the blue lines, we have Team 4026.
Decatur Robotics.
In the middle, 8866.
Innovation Robotics.
And 832.
Oscar, Oscar, Oscar.
All right, the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're back under the sea with all 6 robots moving at the start of the autonomous period. Team Bean trying to get that first coral on level 4, but it's not quite enough. They got their second attempt, though, as 5074 has parked themselves in front of the driver's station. Checking in on the blue lines, we have Team 8866, Innovation Robotics, moving over by the coral reef, along with 832. Team Bean getting a second coral on level 4 for 5 additional points for their alliance. Going in the teleop portion of the match, we're almost tied 25-22, with the red-blue lines taking that slight lead. Team 832 Oscar getting the coral up on top of the coral reef, along with 8866 Innovation Robotics, trying to deposit another coral on level 4, but it bounces off the algae onto the seafloor. Team 5074, the Robo Mustangs, are trying to get in some more coral on underneath the reef on the trough for 2 points, along with Team 6705 Wildcat 5E. Team 832 Oscar trying to remove that algae deposit into the processor or the nets. Team 8866 Innovation Robotics getting the coral from the human player station now, as their alliance partner Decatur Robotics twists their arm to put it all the way on level 2 for 3 additional points. Team 5074, the Robo Mustangs, getting their coral from the human player station as they make their way over to the trough for 2 more points. Team Bean getting their coral up on level 3 for 4 additional points. Looks like they're trying to go for that coral ranking point. We are halfway through the match, and we are almost tied. 68 for blue, 64 for red. Blue goes up to 72. 6705 Wildcat 5E has a coral stuck in their robot. They slam against the coral reef, successfully getting out, but in the process, unfortunately, knocked 1 coral out of the trough. Team 5074, the Robo Mustangs, get some more coral from the human player station as Decatur Robotics makes their way to the red side of the field, playing defense against Team Bean. Team 8866 and 832 continue squirreling on the reef. Team 5074, the Robo Mustangs, getting some more coral up on that reef with Decatur Robotics still playing defense against all 3 robots on the field. In the last 30 seconds of the match, only 5 points separate these 2 teams. 1 point separates these 2 teams in the last 30 seconds, with the Red Alliance taking that slight lead. 5074 Robo Mustangs trying to get their coral up on that trough as Decatur Robotics makes their way over underneath the barge. 8866 is Innovation Robotics trying to get another coral up on that reef. In the last 20 seconds of the match, the Red Alliance has taken the lead by 9 points at 96-87. 6705, the Wildcat 5E getting some more coral up on that reef, with Team Bean trying to get another coral on level 5, but it throws itself across the ground. We got 2 robots in the air for blue. Bean might need to climb in order to save the win. They're in the air at the last possible second, along with their 2 alliance partners, both parking. We got 3 robots in the air, total 8, 3, 2 blue and 1 red. And that is all the time we have for qualification match number 65. And the scores are in. The winner is the Red Alliance for a final match score of 122 to the Blue Alliance's 108. The Blue Alliance will still, however, be earning those 2 ranking points, and the Red Alliance earns all 6 ranking points in that match. Team Bean remains as your number 1 seed.
All right, let's go ahead and introduce our teams for this next match, starting on Red Alliance with Team 6340.
The Maris Manatees.
Right in the middle, Team 3635.
The Flying Legion.
And rounding out their alliances, Team 9260.
Built for Bib Robotics.
Over on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 3344.
The Space Dragons.
In the middle, 7538.
Meadow Mountain.
On the end, 1771.
North Gwinnett Robotics.
looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go!
The bots are swimming. On the red lines, we have the Mares Manatees placing the first coral of the match on level 4 for 5 points. As their Alliance Partner Team 9260 built for Bib gets a coral from Human Player Station and deposit it on level 2 for 4 points. Team 6340, the Mares Manatees, already have another coral in possession at the start of the teleop period. During the autonomous portion of the match on the Blue Lions, Team 1771, North Gwinnett Robotics, scored 3 coral on top of level 4 for 21 points in total. Team 3344, the Space Dragons, trying to get their coral on that trough as Team 1771 gets an algae into the processor for 6 points for their alliance. Team 6340, the Mares Manatees, getting a coral in onto the reef as Team 3635, the Flying Legion, getting some more coral up on that reef. Team 9260, built for Bib Robotics, try to get a coral in their possession, but 7538 knocks it out of them. Team 6340, the Mares Manatees, are next right alongside their alliance partner, Team 3635, trying to get some coral from Human Player Station. Team 1771 and 3344 continuing filling up that coral around and around, earning 5 points for each one. We have a small collision over on the Red Alliance side as 7538 Metal Mountain continues moving some metal to blocking all 3 robots. 6340 Mares Manatees getting another coral from Human Player Station at 1771 North Gwinnett Robotics, depositing another coral on top of level 4 for 5 additional points, and their alliance partner, the Space Dragons, are getting their coral on level 3 for 4 additional points. Team 6340, the Mares Manatees, getting their coral, but it fell out after a quick block from 3635, their alliance partner. Team 9260, built for Bib, trying to get some coral from Human Player Station, but it's not quite enough. It's a little too crowded, so they decided to go across the sea to get another coral to deposit on the reef. Team 7538 Metal Mountain still playing some defense against the Red Alliance as their alliance partner 1771 North Gwinnett Robotics continues filling up that reef. They have the entire level 4 filled out and half of level 3 filled out. In the last 37 seconds of the match, the Blue Alliance is in the lead of 125 to the Red Alliance is 102. Team 3635, the Flying Legion, is blocking 3539 and is going to score and maybe scoring a penalty. It looks like it was not quite enough to score it. Team 6340, the Mares Manatees, getting their coral in Human Player Station as their alliance partner built for Bib, scoring their coral on top of the reef for 4 additional points. Team 1771 and 3344 line up for a deep sea climb for 12 points. The Mares Manatees do the same for the Red Alliance. In the last 8 seconds of the match, the Red Alliance is trailing 119, the Blue Alliance is 138. The 1771's in the air, 6340's in the air. We had all 6 robots parked underneath the barge with 1771 on blue hanging and 6340 for red hanging. And the scores are in. The fish are swimming to reveal that the winner is the Red Blue Alliance with a final match score of 157 to the Red Alliance's 135. The Blue Alliance is going to earn those 5 ranking points, with the Red Alliance still earning 2. One for their autonomous portion of the match, and another one for scoring at least 14 points under the barge.
All right, we are at match number 67, our last match of the day. Let's see what's going to happen in our last match of the day. Starting on the Red Alliance with Team 6925.
WA Robotics
Right in the middle, Team 4188.
That's the Columbus Space Program.
And right on the end, Team 2974.
Walton Robotics.
Over on the Blue Alliance, Team 2415.
The Wired Cats.
1648.
G3 Robotics.
And 3329.
The Wild Bots.
All right, looks like we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
And the butts are off. Team 2974, Walton Robotics scoring in a coral on top of level 4 for 5 points. Or 7 points as 4188, the Columbus Space Program, tried to get a coral in the processor, but it was not quite enough. They lined themselves up to remove another one at the start of the match, with the Red Lions taking that early lead in the autonomous portion of 37 points, and the Blue Lions is 12 points. Walton Robotics successfully scored 3 coral in that portion, in the autonomous portion of the match, with Walton Robotics removing those algae, doing a bit of spring cleaning. Team 6925, WA Robotics, helps their cleaning process by removing other algae from the backside of the field. Team 2974, Walton Robotics, getting their coral on level 3 for 4 additional points. And checking in on the blue lines, we have G3 Robotics getting a coral in their arm as they reach up to the top of the sea to place another coral on level 4 for 5 additional points. Team 3329, the Wild Bots, have gone wild. They're trying to get their coral on level 4 for 5 points, and they have successfully. The Columbus Space Program is launching an algae into the net for 4 points. Team 6925, WA Robotics, getting in their coral on level 3 for 4 additional points, with Walton Robotics proceeding behind them. It looks like they're going for that ranking point. They already have 3 of their 4 sections completed. As we were halfway through the match, the Red Alliance is in the lead of 96 points, and the Blue Alliance is 69 points. 4188, the Columbus Space Program, getting their algae into the processor for 6 points, as 6925, WA Robotics gets their coral in their possession. 2974 continues filling up that coral reef, We have a cooperation, so the Red Alliance has now earned that ranking point. The Blue Alliance still only has one of their 3 sections completed. 33-29, the Wild Bots are lining themselves up to get a coral up on level 4 for 5 additional points as 41-88 scores 4 points to their alliance by depositing an algae into the net. Team 69-25, WA Robotics has trying to get a coral up on level 2 right now for 3 additional points as Team 41-88 launches another algae into the net. Team 33-29, the Wild Bots is getting a coral on top of the reef for 5 additional points. Team 29-74 is swerving all over the bottom of the sea. In the last 20 seconds of the match, the Red Alliance has a commanding lead of 153 to the Blue Alliance's 111. 41-88 trying to get another algae into the net, and they successfully have, bringing their total up to 9. Team 29-74, Walton Robotics getting their coral on top of level 4 for 5 additional points as they make their way over to their barge, seeing if they can do a quick climb. And that is all the time we have for our last qualification match here at the Peachtree District Championship presented by Mercer University. For the last time today, the fish are swimming to tell us if the winner is the Red Alliance, with a final match score of 177 to the Blue Alliance's 136. The Blue Alliance will earn 3 ranking points for that match, and the Red Alliance earning 5. Walton Robotics will remain as the 4th current seed going into tomorrow's matches.
All right. Well, we've made it through day 2 of our competition. We've gone through 67 matches. We have a lot more tomorrow. We couldn't have done it without our terrific teams here at the Peachtree District State Championship, sponsored and presented by Mercer University. So thank you guys so much for making this day a success. Thank you all for having your gracious professionalism. Also, we want to say a shout out again, one to our Woody Flowers Finalist Award winner, Nupum Goli, from Team 9477 Lambda. Thank you for our Volunteer of the Year Award winner, Brian Cooksey, our president and director, or president of our board of directors. Remember, today we will be presenting all of our team awards tomorrow afternoon during the playoffs. Thank you to all of the teams. Remember, the pits will close 1 hour after the last qualification match. So that means you will be closing at 6:28. 6:28 is when it will close. Also, very quickly, we're going to acknowledge our safety all-star from Team 7451, our safety captain, Nitesh. So, congratulations. So, remember, 1 hour, which means, as of right now, 6:28, pits will close. We'll be done for today. So, enjoy your night ahead. Remember, tomorrow is when the fun truly begins. So thank you guys so much, and have a great night.